Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict livestream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Oh, getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican po, he's verbose Latino.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Lunch was delicious, by the way. My wife's amazing. Thank you. She always makes me yummy food. This was one that she made earlier, so it was leftovers. So she made it yesterday. I ate it today, but spaghetti was yummy, yummy, yummy. All right. Welcome. Ayden, good to have you here. Welcome. Christy G, I see you there. Let's see. Kim R, first in chat today. Kim, congratulations. It's been a hot minute since you've been first. Good to see you back at the top of the chat list, but it's good and bad, so to say, because your promptness is going to be punished. We're going to send it to internet ownership because you were, in fact, first in chat today. Yep. All right. If we had 1,000 likes, I'll gift Ari a signed edition of Nealy's book. You guys, of all the streams not to like, this might be the one. This might be the one. So, thank you. Oh, my goodness.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Got an ad for Bitcoin. Blame Ayden. Signed by Greeners? Hopefully. Hopefully signed by Greeners. Because, you know, he can't sign his books. He can't sign them. Dr. Bullbutter says, I've never been first. I think you were pretty close, weren't you? Was it today or another? I've seen you pretty close to the top of the list. All right. How did I get points mostly lurking? Just being here adds to your points. And you're number one, apparently. JM, congratulations. Oh, I've got to like a stream. What? You want me to get Greener's book?
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Yeah, fun times. All right. We're going to be going to court here in just a minute where some spice is going to begin. It's going to be great. The first thing that happens is the prosecution has just now, hot off the press, the ink is not yet dry on a motion they've turned into the judge that they last night, they finally got to do a deposition of the defense's expert witness, and they're saying he doesn't pass the Daubert challenge. We're motion to exclude. Whoa! This is the defense expert. So, to be clear, it's not my book; it's Nealy's book. Could be your book, Greeners. I mean, you could probably write a better one. Is what I'm saying. I would so buy a book by Greeners. Greeners, that's two of us. I would buy your book as well. Publish a book and then send me the link. I'll buy a copy. Just keep it reasonable. You know, I'm let's say under $30. That's got to be like legit. I want color artwork on the cover, and you know the proper formatting, everything, prologue, all of it. Let's see. Kim says, "I gift the internet to Dr. Bullbutter." Wow, Dr. Bullbutter. Here's how this works. It can be gifted or regifted one time per stream. So whether you want the gift or not, you are now the internet owner. It's like a white elephant gift, but it sticks to you. You can't get rid of it. So, Dr. Bullbutter, I'm not sure what else you had on your schedule today, but now everything IP-related worldwide is going to be your responsibility to maintain, fix, repair, connect, and get running. So, good luck. Good luck. Call Kim if you have any questions. Greeners as well. He knows what to do. So I'm so excited. Dr. Bullbutter. Also, this now makes you eligible to go over on the YouTube shopping page and scroll through all the other stuff we have there. You will find on our shopping page on YouTube the Internet Ownership Certificate, which you are now eligible to purchase for the low fee of 50 cents. which is the lowest it would let me put, and that all goes to YouTube. I get 0 cents from this. I'm telling you, this is not for profit endeavor, but you can get your own frame-worthy plaque, as I said, suitable for framing or for use as a cover sheet on your CV, indicating that you in fact did own the internet. And all you have to do is just fill in the blank with your name. It's already pre-signed by myself and my boss, Mrs. R.A. All right. Let's see. I envision that those framed certificates are slowly proliferating around the world as people take over the internet for a day. I wanted to be first just once. I'm so happy. Thank you, Kim. Dr. Bullbutter, that's awesome. I'm glad we could make your day and then make it miserable by making you do all the IP stuff. Greeners has over 1,000 certificates. He orders one every day. Every day. He puts the date on it. Today's date. Does this mean anyone can purchase the winner or not? Well, I can't stop you from buying it, but it's just on the honor system. If you think you were first, you probably are eligible. Everyone can buy one if they want one. I just pre-signed. What happens if you download the certificate without actually being first? Then you are contractually obligated to attempt to be first in chat until at some future point you are. So you might not ever get there, but you have to keep trying. It basically means you can never leave. It's just one way to buy your attendance. So I hope that's working. All right, we're going to be back in court here in just moments. They said 12:55. We have 2 minutes before the judge is going to hear this. I think the judge might have some reservations about the timing of this, but this was outside of the prosecution's control, right? They literally wrote this while they were watching the last interrogation video this morning. It's that fresh. So it's good. If you've been trying forever, get your certificate. It might just solidify the win. It might make it work. All right. Is this certificate something I can add to my CV? Yes, Stacy. That's actually how it was designed or intended to be used as a cover sheet for your CV. Many people have internet ownership on their CV. I know some famous politicians even claim to have invented the internet, which is like the same thing. All right. Pickles, not politics, right? What's with politicians weighing into true crime? Can I just say, without, no comments, nobody needs to say anything in chat, but what's with politicians wading into like Brian Koberger's case, which we're in the middle of as far as waiting for sentencing tomorrow? How can we stay pickles, not politics, if the politics comes to our pickles? That's what I want to know. Are we covering Koberger after we're done with court today? Koberger is tomorrow, and that will start at 11 o'clock Eastern Time, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. We're going to cover that here. We'll have a clean feed on Top Mark Media, and we'll have a feed with commentary here on the Recovery Addict channel, so you can watch both that way. I'm glad you asked. Yeah, Ivan has opinions and thoughts. It's all about the maple bourbon pickles. It has been too long since I've had a brand new jar of maple bourbon. Oh my goodness, pickles. That is maple bourbon pickles. I have to say that. All right. Oh, Greeners got timed out. What did you do, Greeners? Yep. That was a good timeout, Amber. Good aim. Good aim. Oh, sorry. Generic mod. Good timeout, generic mod. So it was well deserving of a timeout. All right, here we go. The defendant is coming back into the courtroom, and I want to hear this argument. I want to know if we're going to get the full Daubert hearing, which can be lengthy. You could add days to this. Let's see. Judge is just coming in. All right. Real government name here. It was funny.
All right, well, we can talk about
funny. It was just naughty.
The latest issue.
Let's do that, Judge.
Meantime. All right, so I think Mr. Dogue is the one handling this issue anyway, right?
Yes, sir. Okay. For bouncy bailiff.
All right, so the defense is here, the defendant's here. And any meeting of the minds during lunch?
So, meeting of the mind, and therefore the issue is moot, and the motion should be denied.
Well, that's
What?
your mind. I don't know if that's the state's mind as well.
Maybe withdraw the motion and...
Yeah, I believe defense just indicated to me that they're not going to call a witness at all. But if that's the case, you can withdraw if there's no longer a witness.
They're not going to call that witness?
That's correct.
All right. So, I mean, this is a speculative issue a long time from now. 3.851, you know, the first thing they're going to bring up is why you didn't call the witness.
We'll be ready to respond to that.
All right. So if that happens, you'll be ready.
100%.
Okay.
On appeal? What is 3.851?
All right. Well, I can step off while you mark the evidence because the jurors aren't back yet anyway. You need about 10 minutes.
Collateral relief
So we'll
after
see you
death
in about
sentence.
10 minutes. Is this all the evidence you're going to need for today? Or are you going to ask for all the evidence now? Because you can just have them mark the evidence that you're going to use for today. And then the rest you can do after court or tomorrow morning or whatever.
We may want to take a break after the first witness.
This is appeal stuff. Collateral relief after death sentence has been imposed and affirmed on direct appeal.
All right, so we don't really have to worry about it. As far as the rest of the evidence, you can do it after court today. You can do it before court tomorrow. The thing is, the clerk's going to be dealing with other things in the morning because I'm going to do my motion calendar in here in the morning. So it's probably better to get everything marked right after court today and just have the ones marked you need for today, right? Okay. The clerk's shaking her head, yes. All right. So we'll take, how long do you need now? Just 5 minutes? How long do you need now? 5:10? Okay. All right. So I'll be back in 5 or 10, which probably should be 10.
We get a little bit of a delay here to try to figure out what just happened, and let me try to piece this together. Right before lunch break, the prosecution filed a motion that they had just finished writing. The ink was still wet. And the motion was to exclude the expert witness that the defense was going to call to testify on Mr. Nealy's behalf. I don't know who the expert witness was, but it was probably something, well, we can infer that it was somebody who was going to share information with the jury that would make the jury inclined to believe that maybe Mr. Nealy is not the right person we're looking for a death penalty sentence. Life without parole would be better for him. Something along those lines, whether it was his upbringing or things he's gone through or mental state capacity. There could be a million different things he talks about. But the spicy part was this motion was filed to keep that witness out. The state says we're going to exclude it. Judge comes in after lunch and says, okay, let's talk this over. Have you had a meeting of the minds? Meaning, did you come to an agreement on something? And defense says, yeah, the meeting of minds would be basically withdraw the motion. And it's moot. Moot means it doesn't matter anymore, right? A moot point is one where the decision is already made. Changing that little 1 point won't impact anything, won't change anything. The defense has withdrawn their request to have that witness testify, and the judge says, "Really? Okay, you're just going to drop your expert witness because he knows that this is a death penalty case, and death penalty cases have automatic appeals after they're done." And so he cites, he says this on Florida law rule, whatever, Supreme Court rule 3.851 is called collateral relief after death sentence has been imposed and affirmed on direct appeal. And it's 15 pages, this rule. But it has all about the time frames and the limitations and things and the different reasons for why they can do this. And I think, I haven't scanned through all of it, but it's got to be some sort of of basically ineffective assistance of counsel type claim, where Mr. Nealy would come back and say, we had an expert that was going to testify and it could have saved my life. It could have been life without parole, but they wouldn't call him. And so my counsel was ineffective. Thus, I get a new trial for the penalty phase of my conviction. That's what the judge is looking at, saying, they're going to look at this. The appellate court's going to look at that and say, whoa, you had an expert, but you didn't have him testify? He says, what? Do you have an answer prepared for when they do that? He says, yeah, we've got a reason. I don't know what that reason is, but it's probably something along the same lines of why the state says he should not be able to testify, which would mean not an expert, not scientific methods, not just somebody who's just pontificating, haven't done any testing. They're just, it's going to be something that would have negated the value of the testimony or the authenticity or the credibility of the testimony he was going to give. So, not qualified. So this may shorten this may shorten the day considerably. We expect defense, who has reserved their right to give an open, will still give an open, and that will happen maybe right now. See, normally at this point in the trial, when the state rests, we would say, okay, now's when you have a judgment of acquittal, JOA, right, where we ask the judge to throw out the case. But he's already pled guilty. That doesn't apply here. We don't have any of these mid-trial motions that are due at this point. Instead, we're just proceeding to the defense closing, which now they can't bring anything from this witness that was going to testify because he's not. And you can only bring up in your, it's defense opening, as they're closing everything out. But you can only bring up in your opening what the jury expects to hear. You're giving them a preface. It's like reading the preface or the title page or the chapter heading of what's going to come. So you will hear expert so-and-so testify that Mr. Nealy was in fact the victim and all these murders were committed in self-defense. You would have something like that. And then you would expect that the testimony that follows would match that and go, I'm like, oh, I did. You did testify. You did say that, it was in fact self-defense that he murdered all these people. That's what you'd expect. Well, you don't have that now. Experts out, that part is cut out. So unless we have other witnesses to testify, I don't see the point at all in having an opening statement from the defense. If they're just going to rest, if he's not going to testify his own defense, it's going to be state rests, defense rests. All right, jury instructions, just like that. All right, they really need to start qualifying Amber Alerts better, at least around here. Too many bogus, overblown custody issues being deemed as such isn't good. I don't know. They're supposed to have a strict rule as far as what qualifies for an Amber Alert. Completely different topic change here. I just saw it on chat. Thought I'd pick it up. It's the age of the victim, the situation, the risk or threat that exists. A bunch of things have to be there, but I don't think it should be used every time that parents get in a fight and one takes the kids. Although it's terrible. It's terrible. Amber's number one today. Amber, congratulations. You're number one in my book. Just got an alert in Kansas. Maybe they held off on opening statements because they didn't know if the witness could actually be testifying. Maybe his CV hasn't been updated. Maybe he spent 18 years getting his bachelor's. Greener's flirting with the line here. Yep, we saw that. I saw it. I can see ones that are deleted. Our Amber Alerts are usually for elderly people walking off. They should be calling those silver alerts. There should be a separate system. Amber Alert has a strict age limit to it, I think. But it is fun to be like in a quiet setting like a library, a church or something, and have an Amber Alert go off and everyone's phones just start beeping. Gets your attention. That's what the system was designed for. Let's see. It says I'm 10th. Why won't it show it to y'all? It only shows the top 3. Like on the chat for some reason. I wish it showed a few more. Okay, just a couple more minutes. We expect the judge to be back. They're working with some evidence, making sure everything's admitted as far as the videos, numbered right, filed correctly with the judge, so that when the jury does go back and deliberate, they'll have everything with the right numbers on it. The silver alert in my world is that spot silver is over $38 an ounce. I remember when it was $18. Ivan, was that a long time ago? I have some silver. I have this one right here. This is an Aztec calendar coin, the silver one. And then I have this pirate silver. By pirate, it has a picture of a pirate on it. It's not like actual. Everything is with arm's reach, by the way. Everything I ever want is right here. Okay. I've got this pirate, 1 ounce. It's pretty cool. Blackbeard. On the back, it's got this. Look at the tarnish on that. Is that pretty? I don't know what it says. Captain Edward Teach, Blackbeard. He was known to be active in these parts around here in North Carolina, just off the coast. So, around Bath, by the way. Silver is $38 an ounce. So this is like $38. This is an ounce. This is 1 ounce, and I think this is a 1/4 ounce. I have to go metal detecting more. Can you mint some RA Silver Challenge coins to give out to internet winners? What if I just give them out to mods, Greeners? Is that no, I'm just kidding. I do, Greeners. You hit on a little thing that's been teasing me for a long time. Financially, it's super expensive, and I'm not there yet. But I would like to mint a coin, an RA coin, probably paying a little bit of tribute to the challenge coins or the sobriety coins that addiction recovery is associated with frequently, but also sort of mixing in our unique flavor of true crime. So I have been looking at doing that. We've had some people suggest a few things. I'm looking at a coin. It probably will not be silver because that would be very expensive. Will it have you pictured on it? It will probably be a logo, not me. I'm not vain enough to put my own face on a coin. So, but I think, what's this? It's on. I want to keep all. Oh, this is garbage. That's garbage.
Okay.
Don't want. Is this empty?
Yes.
And make sure there's no cords in there. Hang on. Garbage. This is an old iPhone box. Does it have stickers? Sorry, we're cleaning out some stuff. I'm looking for the Apple stickers. Aha! I found one. Okay, this is the part I want to keep. You can throw the rest of it. I'll hang this.
All right, you may be seated. So I assume we're ready for the jury, correct?
Judge, I did not get to make a judgment of acquittal argument, which I would like to make on the hack aggravator as to Laura and Nick Ivancic.
Judgment of acquittal on the aggravator?
On the Williams versus State.
Yes, we get a JOA.
187, which is a Florida Supreme Court case from 2010. Can you state a copy may I approach?
Yes.
No pictures on it. It's going to be logo.
Judge, in this case, we have, and just so the record is clear, as to Richard Ivancic, I know that Mr. Nealy made a statement that he heard Mr. Ayden, so he went back, and that's why this motion was not asked to Richard Ayden. As to Laura Ayden, Mr. Nealy stated that he got her before she saw anything coming on the back of the head, and she dropped immediately. The medical examiner in this case, and I impeached her, I believe, twice in her deposition, she testified that she cannot tell in any of these victims what blow would have caused unconsciousness, and it depends on the severity of the blow. And I asked her that one blow, it could be very likely that one blow would cause unconsciousness, and she said yes, and that just depends on severity. She also said she's not able to give an opinion in what order the blows came, and I would argue that both as to Laura and to Nick Ayden, in terms of the testimony regarding Nick from Mr. Nealy's interview, is that he did it while sleeping, and there was a jolt, but there was no time because he hit him again, and he thought that he was in shock, and the testimony from the medical examiners was the same things that I said as to Laura Ayden. If you look at the Williams case, under the section that talks about the hack aggravator, and I think my copy of the case is different from the court's. It says, in order to support a finding of this aggravator, the evidence must show that the victim was conscious and aware of impending death.
Wow.
And it cites to the Krzyzewski case, which is 717 Southern 2nd 488 from Florida Supreme Court 1998, where the court said, where they struck the hack aggravator, where medical testimony was offered during the trial which established that the victim may have been rendered unconscious upon receiving a first blow from a crowbar, and as a result was unaware of her impending death. So for these two particular victims, we don't have a medical examiner who can even say that, because she says that the first blow, depending on how severe it was, could have caused unconsciousness. If you continue from that in the Williams case, the court said the trial judge's first finding that the multiple lacerations and locations of the lacerations indicate that Dykes, who was the victim in that case, Dykes' head was moving as the blows were inflicted, and thus she was conscious, is not supported by the record and appears to be speculation. The record reflects only where the blows were located and the lengths of the lacerations. There is no testimony in the record as to why the blows were delivered to different parts of the head or what the patterns of blows may indicate, which we didn't get that testimony from the ME in this case either. The next paragraph talks about how there was some, the way the blood was spattered as a result of these blows. Again, we don't even have that in this case. They had it in the Williams case, and the court found it was still insufficient. It says that Williams points out that the medical examiner testified that the first blow could have resulted in death or unconsciousness. We agree that the medical examiner's testimony does not support a finding of hack. And it goes on from there, Judge, to say a little kind of more of the same, with some additional things that we don't even have present in this case. We have generally held awareness to be a component of the hack aggravator. Again, the Williams case says that it is not enough that it may have rendered somebody unconscious. There has to be testimony that it in fact did. And so based on that, as to those two victims, I'd be moving for a judgment of acquittal on the hack aggravator.
What says the state?
Well, let's hear the response.
Judge, we're not pursuing the hack aggravator as to Laura Ayden. As to Nicholas Ayden, in the defendant's statement, he indicates that he struck Nicholas Ayden and Nicholas woke up and jolted awake. He then goes on to describe in that same series of portions of the interview that Nicholas was different. That the defendant indicates that the other two, Richard and Laura, went down quickly, but that Nicholas was different, and then goes on to describe that he, I believe his words were, effed him up the most. So I think that there's enough evidence there with the defendant's description of what happened and all the blood spatter in the living room, which we been great pains to show that it's all over that room, that it's enough to go to the jury.
All right. Anything else?
Just so the record's clear, Judge, I don't believe there was any testimony, to my recollection anyway, that he was awakened, just that there was a jolt. But under this case, that's not.
Yeah, I think he indicated that there was a noise too. So awake, jolt, noise. And it's always the standard of the victim realizing or knowing of his impending death. I'll also mention, I was taking notes really quickly, so I don't know how accurate all this is. I obviously have to take a look at it officially later, but I believe that Dr. Ignacio indicated that usually something like this would be a death that would not be immediate. She would expect that it would take some time from bleeding out, and within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that's what she believes would have happened. She did indicate that it is possible that one blow could have rendered the victim unconscious at that point. I know that the Williams case says that too, the one possible blow situation. There's a whole lot of cases on hack, and not all the cases exactly say that. They all say that the victim has to be aware of his or her pending death. But as far as what's possible, the cases kind of go both ways on that. So since she said within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that would not have happened, although it's possible that it could have happened, I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal right now. Obviously, if the jury comes back with that finding, I'll superanalyze that, and then we'll deal with it at that point. But I think there's enough there to get to the jury at this point. So obviously, I'm granting it for Laura, not granting it for Richard by agreement of the parties, and by the skin of its teeth there, I'll allow the one on Nicholas.
So,
okay,
they won. Defense won on Laura.
Now I can change my mind later. All right, so yes.
Judge, our first witness went to the wrong courthouse.
Well, of course.
So I'm not really familiar with how far that is from here. Someone say
Clearwater.
Right. Well, it takes a while. All right, so after opening, do we want to do some Zoom witnesses?
If the opening's about 20 to 25 minutes, I think the witness will be here by the time the opening is over.
Okay. When did she leave the Clearwater courthouse? I don't know why I'm assuming it's a she. Is it a he or she?
It is.
Okay. See, I knew that.
Is it a he or a she? It is. Thanks for clarifying that.
You might have said it was.
Okay, so we're good.
Where is she?
4 minutes away.
Okay. All right. So let's bring the jury back in.
So what you just saw, it was a little convoluted, but defense just won their argument for judgment of acquittal.
Vincent in the waiting room, so.
But they only won it in
He's not going to be your
part.
first witness. have Vincent in the waiting room? Del Center?
Right, he's waiting.
Defense won on Laura. The heinous, atrocious, and cruel, what I call the hack, aggravator, they won on Laura and said the law states they have to be alert, conscious, and aware of their impending death. And the testimony has not shown that that was the case with Laura. Both parties agree that was not the case with the husband, who was killed first. But based on the defendant's account of how the murder happened with Nicholas, the son, the motion is not granted. So he still does face the death penalty, but just for Nicholas. I don't think they can get there with Laura or the dad. I can't remember his name for some reason. Ivan, challenge coins are these things right here. They're these little collectible little coins. These two happen to be. So I throw one on the desk. These two happen to be from police departments. This is September 11th police coin. Pretty cool. This one is from the Wright brothers, which you can barely see. Little spinner in the middle. Here's one from the Civil War. It's not actually from that time period, but it's commemorating Gettysburg, Battle of Gettysburg. There we go. Nice relief of a cannonball. It's out of the north and the south. Here's one from a metal detecting convention. Too.
Jury box is seated.
All right, the state having arrested. Would the defense like to give an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Very good.
Here's a big one from Scotland Yard. Here's, let's see, Metropolitan Police, New Scotland Yard.
I plead guilty.
Can you turn on the microphone, please? This is opening statement for the defense. They reserved this from the beginning.
I plead guilty to the first-degree murder of Richard Ivancic. I plead guilty to the first-degree murder of Laura Ivancic. I plead guilty to the first-degree murder of Nicholas Ivancic. That is what Shelby Nealy said when he accepted responsibility for those 3 murders. And on that same day, he pled guilty to the lesser offense of manslaughter and was sentenced to 30 years for this homicide of Jamie Ivancic. We have taken a journey in this courtroom over the last week and a half. We've heard the unthinkable. We felt the sorrow, the gut-wrenching grief, and the overwhelming sadness. And yet, the law says you are never, ever required to impose a sentence of death in the worst imaginable case possible, ever. The judge instructs you, and the law says we listen to all the things that we've listened to coming from these victims' family members. And again, it's heartfelt, so incredibly sad, and so painful. And what do we tell you to do with that? What does the law tell you to do with that? It tells you, hey, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, put that stuff over here because you can't consider it. because it's not an aggravator. So while we honor and we respect it, and we respect and honor them, you have to put those things over here. You've heard horrific facts. You've seen gruesome photos that no one should have to see. And again, you're still never compelled nor required to impose a sentence of death. Another journey you are going to take this week is one that describes how this little boy right here got from here
This little boy.
to here.
He walked and he took a hammer.
Your job is not easy. You probably never imagined that you would go from being at a coffee shop or speaking to friends about politics or your general beliefs on the death penalty to the reality of having to come into this courtroom and actually consider it. Some people say that the crimes and the facts are enough, but you are not those people. Those people were excused. You all took an oath and you made a promise and said that you wanted to know more. You needed to know more about Shelby, more information before you could make a decision individually, because it is an individual moral decision about whether he lives or dies. And let's be clear, the only way Mr. Nealy is going to come out of the custody and control of the Department of Corrections is in a pine box. Either way. Mitigating circumstances are reasons for life. They are not excuses. They are not defenses. Because, of course, we all know he pled guilty. They are reasons why the death penalty would not be appropriate in this circumstance. Unlike the aggravators, which must be found by all of you collectively as a group, unanimously, beyond a reasonable doubt, mitigators do not work like that. Each and every one of you decide individually what mitigation is important to you. The mitigation that may be important to Mr. Call may be different than Mr. Sandiford, may be different.
Excuse me.
Maybe approach.
Yes.
You're naming the jurors. You're naming the jurors. This is so wrong. Can we just go down and name all the jurors and shame them so that so everyone in Florida knows the last name of the jurors who voted for the death penalty if it goes that route? He says, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not cool. Mr. Call and Mr. Sandiford are like, what am I? A little late for that.
Circumstances in this case, oops, sorry. The weight that each of you give to the mitigating circumstances in this case may be different. One of you may give more weight or less weight to mitigating factors than others. So let's take a summarized journey of how Shelby got from this kid right here to over here. You will hear from various experts about how his life and his brain impacted him psychologically. His mom, Lisa Svensson, was married to a man named Bobby Nealy. Before, during, and after her pregnancy with Shelby, Bobby Nealy physically abused Lisa Svensson. Now, when Shelby was just shy of a year old, Lisa's mother, they were living in Texas at the time, Lisa's mother came down and got Lisa and got Shelby and moved them back up to Ohio. Sometime after that, Lisa met and then married Paul Svensson. And by all accounts, things were going well. She's a good mom, he's a good stepdad. And Shelby really never heard from his biological dad, Bobby, till he was about 15 years old. During this period of time growing up, Shelby was diagnosed with ADHD and placed on medication. You also hear about his depression diagnosis and what that means and how that affected him. But significantly, and I'll just say super important in this case, is the following. When Shelby was 15 years old, he heard from his dad, so his biological dad, Bobby. So he wanted to go down to Texas and see his biological dad. His mom had some concerns about that because she didn't want Shelby to be abused by his dad. She felt a little bit more comfortable because Bobby had remarried and so there was a woman in the house. So Shelby came down to Texas, and he was literally there for maybe a day before Bobby Nealy's wife decided she was going to have sex with him at the age of 15. That's how old he was. And it didn't just happen once, it happened more than once. After Shelby visits, he comes back to Ohio, and he's even texting the stepmom, and she's not answering. He doesn't really understand why. He's texting his dad, trying to have some kind of communication with his dad. Dad's not answering. And one day, after Shelby's 17th birthday, Shelby's biological dad, Bobby, shoots himself and commits suicide.
Ooh.
After that, everything changed. Everything. His mom and his stepdad will tell you about that. They'll tell you about the changes they saw in him. He actually went to counseling for depression, but he was a 17-year-old kid. So he went 2 times, and then he didn't want to go anymore, like a typical teenager. You will hear from a woman by the name of Rachel Rigby. She and Shelby became friends at a place called Hidden Valley Campground. Their families would go there for the summers, and they knew each other for 2 summers. And at one point they started kind of dating, I guess, at the campground. They never had any sexual relations. They lived actually about 40 minutes away from each other, 45 minutes away from each other. So never saw each other except for those 2 summers at the campground. But they would take walks together.
Where's Hidden Valley Campground?
They would talk with each other. They would help each other when one of them had something going on they wanted to talk about. And Shelby wrote a poem about his father.
Oh, good.
And he gave it to Rachel. Rachel kept that poem. She actually took a picture of it. And you're going to hear that poem.
What state is Hidden Valley in?
It's a poem about Shelby's father. Dr. Campbell, who is a clinical psychologist who is an expert in trauma,
No, please, no.
will come in and explain to you about the PTSD that Shelby suffers from the suicide of his father and blaming himself, to the homelessness that you heard about on the interview that his mother didn't know about because Shelby told her that he was staying with friends when he really wasn't and he was homeless.
There's one in Deadwood, one in Joshua
And also
Tree.
the trauma from a domestic violence from Jamie. And don't get me wrong, Shelby, you've already seen it, has a toxic relationship with females. But it's important, and we'll get to that in a minute, why the domestic violence with Jamie is important. And you will also hear about that from Dr. Campbell. Makes a seemingly normal person do something like this. Shelby had several head traumas. They are documented in the medical records. You will hear about them from a neuropsychologist by the name of Dr. Woe. It is important for you to understand, and it will become important for you to understand, how brain damage impacts a person's reaction to trauma. The abuse by his stepmother, the suicide of his dad, toxic relationships with women, shaped the rest of his life and affected his choices. As I said, you will hear from the neuropsychologist, Dr. Woe, and he will tell you about neuropsychological testing, objective testing, that he performed on Mr. Nealy. And he will tell you about those findings. And you will hear that those findings that he had are corroborated by the medical records from Mr. Nealy's past that we got from different hospitals. You will hear about an incident where he was hit by Jamie with a broomstick and he had an intracranial bleed. Neurosurgery was recommended. Neurosurgery was recommended. He didn't get it, but it was recommended. Another incident where she hit him over the head with a frying pan. And another incident, not involving her, that was in 2012, where he was choked and fell and hit his head against the wall.
We're going to hear about these from him?
You will also hear from Dr. Woe
from the doctor
about Shelby's IQ score. And there's something called a verbal IQ score and a nonverbal IQ score. And the split, the difference between those two, you will hear is very remarkable, and he will explain to you why. The law requires that the aggravators that the state is to prove are to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously. So all of you together must agree. And I'm going to take one of those examples. The prior violent felony example, that he either committed a capital crime or a crime of violence. And the reason that we tell you about Jamie's violence on him is not because that justifies him killing her. It's because it's going to be important to the weight that you give that particular aggravator. If you get past that step, that's where your collective decision ends. And then you individually decide if the aggravators are sufficient enough, the ones that you found. Then you go on to decide whether the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances. And this is that weighing that we talked about before. And you will not be limited at all in what mitigators you find. Even if we didn't mention something and you thought, oh, this could be a mitigator, you can find that as a mitigator. Anything in your heart that you consider to be mitigation. Remember, you said you wanted to know more. You needed to know more. Only if the aggravators are sufficient and outweigh the mitigators, only then can you consider the death penalty as an option. And these are all individual moral decisions. Again, regardless of anything, you never have to impose a sentence of death, and you may always, always consider mercy. Since you all walked in here last Monday, the judge, the bailiffs, the lawyers, you've been told where to sit, when you can go to lunch, when you need to be back, whether you need to stand up or sit down. But it's you all individually who actually have the power in this courtroom.
Stick
it's
it to the judge,
individual
right?
power that you all have in making this decision.
I'm sort of offended she didn't say
You will
y'all.
have many more answers when we're done here. And I did forget one thing. Some of you wanted to know, will he serve a purpose if he's in prison? And you will hear from a prison expert who will tell you in 6.5 years, Shelby has had no disciplinary reports, and you will hear from this expert about the things that he can accomplish in prison and the help that he can give in prison.
Talking like making license plates or what?
3 other things you will know by the end of this case, and some you already know, is did he accept responsibility? Yes, he did. Will he be punished? Yes, he will. And will society be safe? Yes, they will. We have met under the most tragic of circumstances. Let us not leave under the most tragic of circumstances. Sentence Shelby Nealy to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
All right, defense, please call your first witness.
Dr. Heather Holmes.
Okay.
Dr. Holmes is what I heard. Not sure who they are. I could do a deep dive on social media, see if we can match their faces up. But they are sitting on his side.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
This way, please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Ms. Alana, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jurors.
Sure. My name is Dr. Heather Holmes. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist out of Broward.
Okay. And could you explain for the jurors, describe what kind of background and training you have in forensic psychology and exactly what it is?
Sure. So I'm born and raised in South Florida. I attended Marshall University in Huntington, West Virginia. That's where I obtained a bachelor's degree with a dual major in psychology and English writing. I then obtained a master's degree from Loyola College of Maryland. That was in Baltimore. That was in psychology. And I obtained my doctoral degree from George Washington University in Washington, D.C. And as part of that degree, you're required to do a one-year full-time internship. So that internship was done not far from here in the Florida Department of Corrections in our prison system as a psychologist here. After that, you're required to do 1 year postdoctoral residency. I did that in a private practice in Dade County, and that was doing evaluations for pre-adjudicated or basically individuals who have not been sentenced yet in criminal court, as well as some fitness for duty evaluations for local law enforcement.
Okay, and have you ever done any work that involves sex offenders?
Yes.
And what have you done in terms of that?
So when I worked in the Florida Department of Corrections, we ran a sex offender treatment group. It was a very time-specific 16-week treatment group. That was at a youthful offender camp. So those individuals are young men anywhere from ages 15 approximately to 20. After that, I've received specific training in the evaluation of sex offenders, and I do teach and present on sex offenders in various conferences throughout the country.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert before in court?
Yes, in state court in multiple counties in Florida, as well as the Southern District of Florida for federal court, the Middle District of Federal Court, Washington, D.C. Superior Court, and Southern District of New York.
Okay. You were obviously contacted by me regarding this case, is that right?
Yes.
By our team. All right. And what was it that we asked you to do?
To evaluate Mr. Nealy, get an idea of perhaps what is going on with him, if anything, psychologically, give you some feedback, and if there was anything that would be noteworthy from a mitigation standpoint, then to report that back to you as well.
Okay. And when was it that you were hired in this case?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was early 2023.
All right. And did you review anything in reference to this case?
Yes, I did.
Any records or anything that were provided to you?
I did.
Okay. And what were the things that you reviewed?
So there were school records from Bethany Lutheran Elementary School. This is in a small town suburb outside of Cleveland, Ohio, where he was raised. Constellation School District, that's had some from high school. There was a request put in for Summit Academy, and records were no longer available. There were police reports from the Cleveland Police Department, from Broadview Heights, which I believe is a suburb of Cleveland, and police reports from Palm Beach County, Florida. There were some pediatric records. There were records from University Hospital in Parma, which is in Ohio, St. Vincent Charity Medical Center, which is in Ohio. There was no obituary for Mr. Nealy's father, the divorce complaint between his mother and father, as well as jail medical records from Pasco and Pinellas County. And then I skimmed through the classification records, which are records from jail that are not, they have to do with behavior and placement and showering, not to do with medical.
Okay, give me one moment.
Never heard an expert say I perused the obituary. It's the first time I've heard that included.
Can I have what you witness?
You may.
Doctor, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the divorce complaint between Mr. Nealy's parents.
All right, and does that appear to be the same divorce complaint that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, I know Defense Exhibit 1 is evidence.
Any objection?
We object.
All right. All right, it's admitted.
State says we object. Admitted. No argument. So now we dig into the messy files of a divorce proceeding of his parents. This does seem like a bit of a stretch.
As I said before, any and all evidence introduced in the case will be going back with you when you deliberate. Why don't we keep going? I mean, they'll be able to do two things at once here.
Yes. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the obituary for Mr. Nealy's father.
All right, and does that appear that's the same obituary that you looked at?
Yes.
All right, that is Defense Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
She's so quiet. I'm going to turn it up, but everyone else is going to be so loud.
All right, it's admitted.
Dr. Holmes, could you tell us what the date of death is on that obituary?
August 20th, 2010.
And is that a day before Mr. Nealy's birthday? I'm sorry, a day after Mr. Nealy's birthday?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 3. Do you recognize those?
Yes, these are school records from Ohio.
And from which school?
Bethany from elementary.
Judge, I'd enter these in as Defense 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4. Do you recognize those records?
Yes, these are records from Constellation Schools in Ohio.
Judge, I'd enter these in as Defense Exhibit 4.
They're admitted.
And I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a copy of his high school diploma that he received while in jail.
Judge, I'd enter that in as Defense Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 6. Do you recognize those? That.
Yes, these are the certificates, paralegal certificates that he obtained while in jail.
Judge, I'd enter that in as Defense
So we
6.
can help fellow inmates with their cases.
It's admitted.
You indicated that you received some medical records as well?
Yes.
And Judge, I would like to see the records.
Okay.
Sides don't show each other, I guess. Should be. got to be a family member of his. The gentleman there with the goatee on the far right-hand side of the screen. I was trying to look at the face shape, the eyebrows. Does he have a brother?
All right, I understand that at least one of you needs a quick comfort break, so we'll go ahead and we will take a quick comfort break for 10 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Bailiff is speed walking up. One of the jurors forgot to go potty before they came back into court after lunch. We'll take care of that now. Interesting. I was not expecting the judgment of acquittal argument on the hack, but got it anyway. And defense won on one count.
See everybody in 10 minutes. If you want to step off and take advantage of a comfort break, you can certainly do that. Okay?
I'm just going to grab some water.
Thank you.
The bathrooms to the right. Bathrooms are down to the right. I think the witness might need the bathroom. She's the one that showed up to the wrong courthouse and had to drive again. She's like, I can't hold it any longer. Can you explain what he can get the death penalty for? John, apparently from the argument I heard, at least the objection, they were only arguing against the heinous, atrocious, and cruel aggravating factors, which are arguably present. Both sides have stipulated that it did not, those conditions were not present for the I wouldn't say the first murder, the second murder, the dad. They were not there for that. When the mom came home, the testimony was that one blow incapacitated her. She had no idea it was coming. That exempts, that it means that's not heinous, atrocious, and cruel either, based on the wording of the law. The last one, Nicholas, based on the testimony, he hits him once, and he startles, and there's noise, and there's I wouldn't say a struggle, but it was different than the other. It could be heinous, atrocious, and cruel because the law says that for it to apply, the victim has to be conscious and aware of their impending death. So he can get the death penalty for Nicholas's death, but not the other two. Wow. Yeah, Terry, it's bizarre. It's crazy. It's not a good thing. It's that there's aggravating factors that we, as society, say exist. If certain things happen, then it makes it worse. And the idea that someone was being tortured or knew of their death and saw it coming, and the fear they anticipate, that is what we say is heinous, atrocious, and cruel. And so, yeah. I'm trying to read lips for the last hour. My mom called me. How did it go? Nick was asleep on the couch. He was asleep, but he started, like he jolted when he got struck, and it was not quick, and it was very messy. It was very different. It's almost described that he did sort of wake up briefly. A hammer is brutal. It's quite personal. It's right up there with a knife as far as a murder weapon, as far as the intimacy level of being right there. A firearm, you can commit murder with a firearm from a mile away if you have the right weapon. Which distance is one thing, but being right there and personal, it's quite brutal. This is crazy. She also said that it requires everybody to find the existence of the aggravating condition unanimously, but then if they do that, then it only requires if I'm understanding this right, it only requires a majority verdict to vote for death penalty once they've all found the mitigating, or not mitigating, but the aggravating condition exists. So the premeditation, the active intentionality with intent to kill does not warrant death penalty. Not that would be first-degree murder, premeditation. But it's a next level to get up to death penalty. Why does it feel like all these murder confessions lately just to get out of the death penalty? Trixie, that's what Brian Koberger did. We're going to hear about that tomorrow. Nealy didn't do very well at this one. First of all, he didn't consult a lawyer. So he played all his best cards, which was being fully cooperative and giving them everything, including the testimony about his wife that they didn't even know was dead. He played all of those, and then sort of just hoped that the prosecution would look at him with pity or decide not to charge him with a death penalty crime. Stephen Stearns, too, yes. Because they're cowards. In Florida prisons, there's no parole. You do 85% of your sentence no matter what. He's playing one-dimensional chess. He's definitely living in a side-scroller world as far as gaming goes. He did plead no contest on the murder. Talking about Stephen, yeah. Whoa. I hope he called the police. I hope that gets sorted out. Build the moon prison. Is it Shark Week? I don't watch anyway, but I like knowing when it is. So my kids are going to the ocean right now as we speak. They're out on a boat, hopefully not seasick, catching a bunch of fish, maybe even sharks. And then they're going to be at the beach all week. So, great. Shark Week. Good to know. Super T. I wouldn't call this a dream so much as a nightmare. Wow. Wake up and just, I don't know. Love Shark Week. I want to be at the ocean. With the price of silver, I want to be at the beach finding jewelry. There's a lot of silver to be found there. Not home alone. This is RA's here. We've got a couple kids as well. 3, actually. The USA ought to win the moon for the production of the first moon landing. How do space contracts work? And can I bid? I don't think sharks know about Shark Week, so kids should be safe. Don't tell them. Yes, I'd love to get some vitamin D outside. Do metal detectors detect all metals? I wouldn't say all metals, because I'm not sure, but they detect conductive metals, so that would be, I think, most of them. Some better than others. Silver is actually really easy to find. Gold is really easy to find. But some metals are a little trickier. Depends on the size and the configuration, the shape.
Session.
All right, you may be seated. All right, so we can put the witness back on the witness stand if you're ready.
Judge, we're just having Dr. Holmes look at these so I can go ahead and then we're done without.
Excuse me?
We're not objecting.
All right, so.
Somebody's phone is buzzing. It's sitting on a desk somewhere. I think it's one of the attorneys. Do you like this judge? He's not too stuck up. He sort of just talks regular speech-wise. Oh, bouncy bailiff. There we go. He knew he was on camera. He did it just for us. State does not object to her reviewing what? Something at the defense table. This expert's getting paid how much by the hour to be unprepared for testify? Teddy Bear, the honor killing trial has court-ordered restrictions that make it very difficult. That's why Court TV is doing what they're doing.
Your Honor, is the court ready for the jury?
Court's ready.
Thank you. Your Honor, jurors in the jury box and seated.
Very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Holmes, you had an opportunity during the break to review defense number 7, Metro Health records of Mr. Nealy, defense 8, St. Vincent Charity records for Mr. Nealy, defense 9, Cleveland Clinic records for Mr. Nealy, and defense 10, University Hospital records regarding Mr. Nealy. Those are all things that you indicated to the jurors before that you had received, correct?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would enter exhibits 7, 8, 9, and 10, defense exhibits, into evidence as 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
Now, Dr. Holmes, when and where did you meet with Mr. Nealy?
So I met with him twice in 2023, and that was at the Pasco County Detention Center. Let me get you the dates. The first time was May 9th, 2023, and the next time was September 13th, 2023. The third and last time that I saw him was May 18th, 2025, and that was here in the Pinellas County Detention Center.
And the amount of time that you spent with him and the number of times that you saw him, is that typical in these forensic cases?
Yes, I mean, it can vary depending upon some complications, whether a defendant is willing to talk. Sometimes it takes a while to build a rapport with somebody, to have them get comfortable speaking to you. You know, there's times when things have changed, either medically or they've had a psychiatric emergency, and so then it necessitates going back for more updated information. So roundabout, yes, I usually see somebody between 2 and 4 times, depending.
All right. And
Allie
did
B,
you
thank you
interview
very much.
anyone else
OG?
other than Mr. Nealy in reference to why you're here today?
Yes, I interviewed his mother and his stepdad, Lisa and Paul, and I interviewed Brittany Alipore, who is a master's level therapist that met with Mr. Nealy over a period of time after his arrest.
And do you know about how long Miss Alipore, over what span of time? Do you have any idea?
So it was
that's the
very
lady
soon
who
after
did
he was
the book,
arrested.
right?
There was some concern with prior defense counsel.
She helped him with his book.
But it was over a year. I don't want to say it was weekly, but it was on a regular basis. Let's see if she delineated.
She delineated. Wow.
Around 18 months is what I
Right.
was told.
And when you met with Mr. Nealy, what were your initial impressions?
He's very reserved. He's very quiet. Seemingly pretty bright. There was, he's certainly slight in stature, and
He's a little.
easy to speak with. He was not very guarded. And again, he'd undergone therapy before I met him, so that likely contributed to his ease of discussing things.
Right. And you had indicated that he was restricted in his affect a little bit.
Yes, so he's definitely reserved is one way to put it emotionally. He's not very demonstrative in terms of the way that he presents emotionally. He thinks about things, he doesn't speak rapidly, and then he gives you an answer. He's not, I guess he's not very demonstrative emotionally. He's reserved, I would say.
So he's not very expressive?
He's not very expressive, yes.
All right. Do you have any idea why that would be?
Well, he has a longstanding diagnosis predating the offense of depression. He's had some psychiatric hospitalizations for depression, previous suicide attempts. So sometimes when people are depressed, they are not very expressive. And the other consideration is that there's something neurological. So I have advised you that he might need to undergo neuropsychological testing.
All right. And some of the things you've talked about, the depression diagnosis, suicide attempts, are those things that are contained in the records that are in evidence?
Yes.
Did you have any difficulty building rapport with him?
No, not at all.
Was he aware through us that you would be going to see him?
Yes, although the first time I met with him, he was expecting, I think, somebody else, but he had already been told that I was going to be coming, so he was aware.
Who are you? Yeah, his book says, special thanks goes to my therapist, the drop-dead gorgeous Brittany Alipore, who was responsible for scanning the handwritten draft.
Explain to the jurors what a psychological evaluation is and what does it consist of?
Sure. So the main thing and the place where you start is called a clinical interview, and that is where you ask everybody basically soup to nuts everything about their life. Any medical issues,
bingo on soup to nuts.
What your development and childhood were like, if there's any physical or sexual abuse, substance abuse, any difficulties with learning, any previous psychiatric hospitalizations, any previous therapy. You ask, let me see what else. Job, depending upon how old somebody is, if they're an adult, you ask other employment history, marital history, whether they have children. You try and get to know every aspect of a person's life up until that point. And then while you're doing a clinical interview, you're also doing something called a mental status examination, and what that is you're observing them. So if I get very thorough information and the person is talking to an imaginary person in the room, that's noteworthy. If they don't make eye contact, that's noteworthy. If they have a speech impediment, anything observable, everybody looks disheveled in jail, but you can tell if somebody's bathed. All of those things come together to give you an idea, not just of the content of what somebody is saying, but what they're like, how they present.
All right. Will you describe for the jurors a little bit about Mr. Nealy's upbringing?
Sure. So he was born in Texas. His parents were fairly young when he was born. They were married. And sometime prior to his first birthday, I want to say approximately around 10 months old, his mother took him and left and came back to Ohio. She was in a very abusive domestic violence situation with Mr. Nealy's biological father.
And let me just stop you there for a second. And in the divorce complaint that was submitted into evidence, was there an allegation of abuse by Mr. Bobby Nealy on Lisa and now Svensson?
Yes.
Contained in there?
Yes, that was listed in there.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So when he's quite young, they move back to the general Cleveland area where his maternal grandmother is, and eventually, after a few years, she meets his stepdad, Paul, and they get together, they get married, they have another child. Mr. Nealy is doing seemingly pretty well. He had some difficulty in third grade with math, and
there's the reason.
His mother and stepdad elected to keep him back for the year.
Third grade math.
He was placed on what we call psychostimulant medication, which is medication we use to treat ADHD. There was some concern that he was inattentive in school, so he was on some sort of stimulant medication from approximately age 8 or 9 until he left school. And was seemingly doing fairly well. His grades were not straight A's, but they certainly weren't problematic or bad. And when he's 15, his mother receives a call from his biological father wanting to see him. And
here we go, guys.
She can tell you about this, but she expressed that she was certainly concerned. There was really been very little of any contact since she left. But she also didn't want to hold him from seeing his father. So she spoke to his father's wife, Mr. Nealy's stepmother, and felt more comfortable.
Turned out to be a mistake.
He's married. There's another adult in the house. And so she agreed, and he was initially supposed to go to Texas for for a week when he's 15. After a week, he calls home and says he wants to stay for much longer, and they settle on 1 more week. A few days after he arrives in Texas at his dad's house, his stepmother came out of the shower, dropped her towel while he was watching television, came over to him, and started what I would say is taking advantage of him, given the age difference. She's in her, I think, 30s. And they had sex several times over the next 2 weeks when his father was at work. He comes back after those 2 weeks.
So maybe it wasn't the math.
From a 15-year-old's perspective, believes he's in love, is texting his stepmother and doesn't get any response. He has a relationship with his dad, but he's reaching out to his dad usually first. Sometimes his dad responds. And after his dad was not responding, he stopped talking to his biological father. His mother and stepdad would take Mr. Nealy and his younger brother once or twice a year to this camp. It's by a lake. They have a camper, and they were there when they received the phone call the day after Mr. Nealy's birthday that his dad had shot and killed himself. This is a year and some change after Mr. Nealy was down in Texas.
Let me ask you, did Mr. Nealy ever tell anyone that his stepmother sexually abused him?
He did not tell his mother and stepfather. From what he told me, he told Miss Alipur when he was undergoing therapy with her. He told you guys, and he told me. So prior to the arrest in this case, he had not.
The drop-dead gorgeous therapist?
I'm sorry, I do apologize. He says that he told his wife, Jamie.
All right.
Oh, who's also dead.
So other
That's
than
convenient.
telling his wife, Jamie, and then telling those of us who were associated with his case, he had never told anyone else?
That's what he relayed to me, yes. And there was no police reports or anything.
Okay. Did you get any information that there was a change in his life or he was acting differently when he came back up to Ohio?
Yes. His parents, and when I say parents, I'm referring to his mother and stepdad because his stepfather raised him. Yes, they saw a change in him when he came back from Texas. His grades went down. He started hanging out with other friends that were different. They look back and think that he was using drugs or smoking marijuana. He, after his father committed suicide, and his stepdad describes Mr. Shelby also as very kind of restricted in his emotional expression, but he started sobbing. They couldn't console him. He blamed himself. So they sent him to therapy. He lasted like 2 or 3 sessions because he didn't want to talk. But from that point on, his mother and stepdad had noticed he was quite different.
So let me go back for a minute. When obviously you testified about who he did tell about the sexual abuse, but he didn't tell anybody in his family. Based on your experience, is that out of the ordinary that he wouldn't tell his stepmom his mom or his stepmom about the abuse at that age?
I mean, I think it's well known in the literature that sexual abuse is very underreported. We have a lot of, individuals that come forward and accuse people later. It's very taboo thing to talk about, particularly for boys or men. So it's not unusual that a boy would not disclose this, or that there would be a delay in when somebody would choose to talk about this, if at all.
Do you know if Mr. Nealy's biological father ever found out what his wife did to Shelby?
I have no idea.
Did you get the impression that Mr. Well, did you get the impression that Shelby felt guilty about it?
Oh, yes. He, in fact, until the last time I saw him, was fairly convinced that his father must have killed himself because he found out about the sexual contact with his stepmother.
Do you know why he would feel that way? Why he would feel like it's his fault or he would blame himself?
When something bad happens, just in general, if we blame ourselves, it's a way of having a false sense of control over something, right? Like if I'm walking down the street and the person next to me gets hit by a car, there might be what we call survivor's guilt. You feel bad. And at the same time, it alleviates your anxiety to say, okay, well, if I did something different, that wouldn't have happened. If I said that person's name, when you blame yourself for something, it's a way of feeling like you have a sense of control over something you really don't have control of.
I'm guessing she's not in the courtroom.
When you complicate it by that there could be an action that I would say you engaged in, although legally a 15-year-old can't engage in sexual intercourse with somebody who's that much older. But I think it's natural to wonder if your actions contributed in that to what your dad was going through, or to what led to it, to the suicide.
Do his parents, Paul and Lisa, do they know about the sexual abuse by his stepmother?
They do now.
They do now.
And how did that come about?
They're watching.
So I explained to Mr. Nealy that
And how's this relevant?
Judge, it goes more to the abuse that he suffered and their reactions to the abuse and what they did for him.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Good call, Judge. Let's get back on track here.
Did you ever tell Mr. Nealy's parents about the sexual abuse?
Or not?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
All right, well, hear the answer. Overruled for now.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Okay, I didn't hear. Either these people are going to be shocked in court and hear it for the first time while I'm testifying, or with his permission. I could let them know, or somebody on his defense team could let them know prior to.
And is that what you did? Did you have a phone call or some sort of
We had
video
a-
conference with them or something?
We had a video conference. And Mr. Nealy was very hesitant. He did not want his parents to know about this, but he eventually said that he would want them to know. And his only request was that I not do it over the phone, that I do it at least either in person or through video, so they would at least be able to see the person that they're having this conversation with. So that's what I did.
All right. And
Mr.
when you did
Nealy's
that,
apparent concern for others is interesting, contrasted to his lack of concern to for the
when
victims.
you did that, were they both together?
Yes.
Right. And what happened when you told them?
All right, approach for a second.
Mr. Nealy is worried about his parents. He wants them to be told in person. He's worried about his kids. He wants them to be cared for. He bludgeoned 4 people to death with a hammer. I don't know how you balance that out. Like in your mind, how do you divide people into, I care about you, but I don't care about you. You're my wife. I'm okay with bashing your skull in with a hammer. You're my kids. You mean the world to me. Now he says that his wife was attacking the kids, and maybe that's justified. I'm not sure what I can buy on this. I'm not sure what the jury will believe on this testimony. So. kills 3 people. Well, he kills the 4th person, orders pizza, and says, send your delivery driver who's having a really bad day, because I'm going to give a big tip. Because I'm the good guy. I'm gonna really make their day. I'm gonna give you some of this money I got out of the safe from my dead father-in-law's house, who's in the house behind me. I'm gonna tip you because I am that's the kind of person I am. That's why I'm having a hard time to buy what he's telling us here when it's good. He also had weed delivered, but at least he did that down the road. That wasn't like at the door. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying that this didn't happen. I'm just saying that the defense, going back to saying 3rd grade math, they're at the bottom of the barrel. They're trying to find ways to mitigate this situation. He does it to make himself feel better about himself. And his apologies to the detective. It's like, I'm so sorry. I should have mentioned that. Oops, I should have told you. I don't know. It just slipped my mind that I used the hammer on her too. I'm so sorry. And like the sincere, deep soul, the soul deep apology. I've done introspection, and I'll stay up at night worrying about this. I forgot to tell you this one little part. But he's fine with killing 4 people.
All right, Dr. Holmes, could you please describe Miss Svensson's reaction when you told her this news?
Oh, you get to go there.
I mean, they were completely shocked. She asked why he wouldn't have told her this before, and I told her his largest concern is that she would blame herself for letting him go down to Texas, in which case she started crying.
Because she's been manipulated by him
tissues
on the phone as well.
All right, did Mr. Nealy relay to you why he never told them?
Yes, he, when he first came back, he thought that he was in a relationship with his stepmother. He's 15 years old. He recognizes now as an adult that that's ludicrous, and he refers to this as abuse. But he was very protective of his mom. He did not want her to feel any blame or weight for the decision to let him go down.
All right, let's go back to Bobby Nealy for a minute and his suicide. Do you know if Shelby went to the funeral, to his dad's funeral?
He did.
All right, and how did he get there? Do you know?
His mother took him.
Okay. And did he have any contact when they got, this was in Texas?
Yes.
All right, and when they got to Texas and they went to the funeral, did he have any contact with his stepmother at all?
I mean, I think they all sat in the same row or the same 2 rows because they were family of the deceased, but there was no individual attention at all.
All right. Let's switch gears for a minute here and talk about Mr. Nealy's schooling. Did he graduate from high school?
He did not.
Okay. And why not?
He was kicked out.
All right, and do you know why?
So, he says and his mother says there's never been any school fights or anything, but when he came back, he was skipping school a lot. He was mouthing off and challenging teachers and challenging what they were teaching and kind of disrupting. He'd walk out of class, he would, I guess, say things to teachers that were inappropriate. He would get sent to the principal's office. And so that was the reason he was removed from school.
That's self-reported.
Going back, was there anything noteworthy in his academics that caused him to be held back?
So he did have in 3rd grade, he struggled in math and did not pass math. There was no summer school opportunity from what he was saying, so his parents agreed to hold him for the year.
3rd grade summer school.
But other than that, I mean, like I said, he always passed. His grades were pretty good. I think that difficulty with math is what necessitated the onset of the ADHD diagnosis and the medication.
And that was the next thing that I was going to ask you. Is that, do you know at what age he was diagnosed with ADHD?
I think he was 9.
And was he put on medication for that?
Yes, he was put on stimulant medication.
And do you know for how long?
So he was on stimulant medication until he left high school, but it had been changed a few times. He had had an adverse reaction to one of them called Vyvanse, to where he had to go to the hospital.
All right. And did he obtain his GED?
Yes, in jail.
Okay, and that's contained in one of the exhibits that we entered into evidence?
Yes.
All right. Did he share any work history with you?
Yes. He's had a lot of jobs. So he was at a car wash for 6 months. He was a dishwasher at a local restaurant for 4 months. He's worked at a factory for 3 months, carpenter for 6 months.
That's 1 year.
For a few years at Burger King, Domino's for 6 months, a local grocery store for 6 months.
4 years of job history.
So there's been several jobs for not a long period of time.
All right, and along with that period of time there where it seems like he's having a hard time keeping stable employment, was he struggling as well prior to his arrest in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically with trying to get a job?
Yes, I think he was struggling before his arrest in this case, caring for 2 small children and trying to maintain employment.
How many children does Shelby have?
He has 3.
Okay. And that's 1 daughter from his first marriage and 2 from Jamie, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does he have contact with his children?
He does not.
And he has not had any contact since his arrest?
I believe he has not.
Do you know if he would like to have contact with them?
I mean, I think he would, but he has understanding that that's not going to happen.
Has he told you how he feels about that?
Like I said, I think he's accepted it. He has heard from his mother that Karma, Jamie's sister, is taking fantastic care of these children, and they seemed happy and well taken care of. And, you know, he expressed that he was glad about that and that they're in good hands.
All right. Is there any, other than what we've discussed, is there any other mental health history other than him being diagnosed with ADHD?
So, yes, but not until he's, I think, 19. He's an adult, 18 or 19.
And you had indicated previously that after his father committed suicide, his parents, and I'll say Paul and Lisa, took him for a couple of counseling sessions.
Yes.
Okay. And subsequent to that, what was he diagnosed with?
So after that, I don't have records of those couple of counseling sessions, but after that period of time, he's consistently been diagnosed with major depressive disorder, severe, but not with psychotic features.
All right, and
she doesn't have record of the counseling sessions?
Those indications, those diagnoses are contained within the records?
Yes.
Okay. The ones that were admitted into evidence?
Yes, it's actually the most current jail records I have. He's taking medication for depression, and he is diagnosed with it.
And that he was diagnosed with it before that, correct?
Yes.
Before the jail. And consistently, since he's been in jail, has it been pretty consistent over a long period of time that he's been medicated for depression?
Yes, he's when he first got to jail, he was placed on 2 medications. After a while, one of those was pulled back, but he's consistently been on the other one. I mean, I saw him in May, and he said he was still taking it, but up until the records that I saw, yes.
And has Mr. Nealy also been Baker acted?
He has.
Do you know how many times?
I believe 5.
Do you know when the first time was?
So first time I believe was in Ohio, and Baker Act, just so I'm clear, is an involuntary psychiatric hospitalization. So the first time, I believe, was, I have 2016. Yes. 2016 is when the records for psychiatric hospitalization began.
All right, and what happened on that occasion?
So let's see, I have January 3rd, 2016. Jamie's dad called 911. I'm sorry, that's hers, apologies. I have April 27th, 2016. There was, I believe Jamie called missing person. He was clearing his head. He had attempted suicide by taking a bunch of medication. So he was admitted to the psychiatric hospital.
And what medications was he prescribed when he was admitted to the hospital?
I believe he was taking her medication, from what he said.
But was he prescribed any medication?
Oh,
Once
I'm sorry,
he
I
got to the
misunderstood.
hospital, was he prescribed?
Yes, he
any?
was prescribed medication at the hospital. He was prescribed antidepressants, and he was just prescribed something that is used for psychosis, but he wasn't psychotic. It's just to calm somebody down.
Okay, and is that trazodone and Effexor that he was prescribed?
So trazodone is an old antidepressant. It's very sedating. Effexor is also one of the older antidepressants, but it's not sedating. Effexor you take for a long term, and it builds in your system. Trazodone, you take it, you feel the effects. So both.
All right, and the other 4 times that he was Baker acted would have been when, do you know?
So I have September 7, 2016. I'm sorry, that was the overdose one. August 28, 2016. And I have 10/7, 2016.
Are those Jamie's or are those Shelby's?
These are his, from what I have. And if I have my dates wrong, I apologize, but I have medications being prescribed out of him. 10/7/2016, he presented to St. Vincent Hospital, was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, was given 50 milligrams of trazodone, 75 milligrams of Effexor. He was given 1 milligram of Ativan, which is something that can calm you down.
And again, that's in the St. Vincent records we have.
Yes, he was given Benadryl, Tylenol, and it was noted that he had a black eye. He had said that he was hit by his wife with a frying pan. So that was the
In the
October
eye?
2016.
With a frying pan?
When you asked him about these
Use the
hospitalizations,
handle?
did he tell you why he was hospitalized?
So there was one time where he said that they were having an argument. They had a very toxic relationship. And by they, I mean Mr. Nealy and his wife, Jamie. And they would get into an argument, and she would say, you need to get out, you should go to the hospital. And so one time, that's what happened, and he was missing for a while and roaming around the park. Another time, he had said that he wanted to leave her, and he went to the hospital, we told him everything that happened. That's here in Florida in 2017. And he wanted to just kind of get away. He said sometimes he would just go to the hospital to get a break from the toxicity of the relationship.
And did you likewise read or receive records that indicated that she was Baker acted or arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Did he describe for you or give you any details about his hospitalizations?
So, give me 1 second. There was one that was longer than the others. There was one that was over a week, and the rest of them were usually for a few days. So when he was at Metro Hospital, that was for 1 week.
You have some medical records on some of these.
And that's also contained
legitimate.
in the Metro Health records?
Yes. And then the others were shorter. Although, I'm sorry, 2017, he said it was about a week. But I think when I looked at the records, it was under. So again, when he's being hospitalized, this isn't for 4 months.
So he exaggerates it?
They think he meets criteria, but it's for a few days to roughly a week.
And did you also have an opportunity to review Jamie's mental health records?
What was provided, yes.
And what did you learn from those?
She had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and she had, they notated a history of self-injurious behavior, which means she had cut herself. There were lacerations on her wrists and ankles, and there was noted old lacerations on her stomach.
Were those, did you note from the records that you received that those self-injurious laceration to the stomach was while she was pregnant?
So it's my understanding that, yes, there were lacerations while she was pregnant.
That were caused by herself?
They were noted in the record to be self-inflicted.
Did Mr. Nealy also tell you that she was bipolar?
He did.
And did he tell you anything specific about her taking medicine when she was pregnant?
So yes, he said that she didn't take medication when she was pregnant, and mood stabilizing medication, I'm not a medical doctor, but we all know if we have a therapy patient or a client that is pregnant, the medication that is used for that is ill-advised. So she did not want to take that medication while she was pregnant.
And did he tell you what her demeanor or attitude would be like when she wouldn't take that medication?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
Right. Did you have any records, law enforcement records from Florida and Ohio? I think you kind of discussed this already, but did those detail violence in the relationship?
Yes.
Between Jamie and Shelby?
Yes.
Okay. In those records that you received, was there a time when they were both arrested?
Yes.
And were there times when only she was arrested?
Yes.
When you interviewed Shelby's parents, Lisa and Paul, were they aware of the toxic relationship between Jamie and Shelby?
Oh, yes, they were well aware.
And why do you say that?
Because they were called one night. Their first child had been born. They had come home from the hospital and they received a call in the middle of the night from the police.
Let me stop you. Jamie and Shelby's first child?
I'm sorry, Jamie and Shelby's first child. and they had returned home from the hospital, and Shelby's parents received a phone call from law enforcement asking them to come take custody of the baby. And when they got there, it was clear that pepper spray had been sprayed. You know, their son had scratches. They took custody of the baby. They'd spoken to their son about his option to leave the relationship, and he always refused. They were concerned that this wasn't healthy. Certainly, and their descriptions of the relationship is that it was very toxic between the two of them. So yes, they were well aware of the difficulties in this relationship.
Did Lisa and Paul advise Shelby on more than one occasion to leave Jamie?
Yes.
Was he, do you know why he wouldn't leave Jamie?
He was afraid he would not get custody of the children.
And do you know why?
He had a previous arrest with his first wife for domestic violence.
Did he ever tell you that Jamie harmed or threatened to harm the children?
He said that on multiple occasions she threatened to harm the children.
And you spoke earlier of the incident where she had injured herself with a cut, gash, or whatever across her stomach while she was pregnant?
Yes.
What else in general did you learn from interviewing his parents?
That there was a distinct change in him, which began when he came back from Texas, but really became more prominent and difficult after his father committed suicide. There was a lot of, I think, frustration on their part that he would not leave this relationship. They felt cut off from him. He could only call them, or what he relayed to them is that he was not allowed to call them. She would check his cell phone, so they would talk to him when he's at work. And there was a point in time after Jamie and Shelby had moved to Florida that Mr. Nealy's younger brother, Lisa and Paul's son, had developed an aggressive form of cancer and was undergoing treatment. So they were certainly very preoccupied with how difficult that is as parents. So there wasn't that much contact, I would say, or as much as before.
Now, you indicated earlier that you interviewed Brittany Alipour, the counselor who saw him on a regular basis at the jail for, I think you said about 18 months. Is that right?
Yes.
And what did you learn from her?
Brittany who?
So, you know, again, this is not the norm. I don't usually meet somebody who has had
Brittany Alipour.
Private individual therapy in jail. So certainly speaking to her, because she knew him right after the arrest, I felt was important. She described him as almost very different than I saw him, very elevated mood. And he was very sensitive to anybody finding him incompetent to proceed. So he said he would only speak to her if she promised not to go down that path. She also never had a reason to think he would not be able to proceed. He had a lot of difficulties where he just didn't feel like himself. He struggled with not knowing why he did this. She said the bulk of what they talked about was his frustration at not even being able to understand why he did this. And they talked a lot about, I guess, what she calls his paranoia. Things like he didn't know what would happen to the children. She diagnosed him with post-traumatic stress disorder and a mood disorder with psychotic features. But she found the paranoia was just a very specific situations. He had talked to her about the sex abuse from his stepmother. And she also had notated that he thinks that his dad committed suicide. He blames himself for that because of the sexual contact that he had with his stepmother. But he had difficulty in the very beginning with his previous attorney. If they had said, we'll be there at noon on a particular day, and they weren't, he became very agitated. And so I think that's why initially she was sent in, because they were concerned about him and about some of his frustrations and his just level of elevated mood.
Did you get an overall sense from her that he's struggling with a lot of emotion?
Yes. It's my opinion that he does not have the ability to handle much emotion. I think he's very easily overwhelmed, and he doesn't have, obviously, good tools to handle things. So that was the sense that she had as well. He was completely unable to understand, articulate, and was frustrated by not knowing why he did this.
Were you able to speak with corrections staff at the jail?
Yes.
And what did you learn from them?
Oh, super well behaved. They said if they could all be like Mr. Nealy, their job would be easier. He's very agreeable, very polite to them. They were impressed by how neat and particular he keeps his cell. They offered to show it to me. I peeked in. He's got stacks of books. Everything's very organized. That's not necessarily the usual. He's, from what I understand, very well behaved and easy for them to handle and deal with.
Did you conduct any psychological testing on Shelby?
Yes.
Can you explain for us what you did?
So he was given the Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory 4. That is the MCMI. That is, it's a true and false, and it has been normed on both what we call regular high-functioning people without issues, as well as individuals that have particular psychiatric problems. It looks at both personality problems as well as any current clinical syndromes. It is also embedded with what we call validity and reliability scales, which basically gives us an idea as to whether somebody's telling the truth or whether they're exaggerating symptoms, denying symptoms. So it's got what we call malingering scales embedded within it. He was also given the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2, which is a self-report about trauma, and it looks at various ways that post-traumatic stress disorder can manifest in individuals, how they experience it. Do they get headaches? Do they internalize? Do they lash out? That kind of thing.
So you mentioned the word malingering.
He says he has PTSD from being homeless and being cold.
Tell us what that means, that word.
Malingering really means you're not being forthright. In criminal cases, you look for somebody to malinger extra psychological stuff. I don't do them, but in child custody cases, you look for everybody to sweep it under the carpet so they can malinger by being like, I'm good, nothing's wrong with me, I'm perfect, I'll make the best parent, I want custody of my kids. So malingering can go in either direction, but really it means that you are not presenting yourself honestly.
All right, and you assess for that?
Yes, it's embedded within, and you assess for that even if you don't do testing. You look at records, you look at what somebody's telling you. If, again, if you are sitting with somebody and they see completely clear as a bell, but they're telling you they're hearing voices and seeing little green men, you're like, is that really accurate? So you look at both the presentation of the individual as well as any records you have. When you do testing, you want something that either has malingering scales embedded in it or a separate malingering test, depending upon what you're testing for.
And as to Shelby, you found that there was no malingering?
Correct. His scores on scales that detect malingering were completely fine. There was no thought that he would be either exaggerating symptoms or denying.
And what did that testing reveal?
So he had a small elevation on trauma, not enough diagnostically to cross the line, but he had an elevation on both dependent personality and major depressive disorder.
He's very depressed now that his life is over.
Did you render a diagnosis for him?
Yes, so I diagnosed him with major depressive disorder, recurrent, and dependent personality features. He, again, has some symptoms of PTSD, but with me, not enough to hit that diagnosis.
And when you say with you not enough to hit that diagnosis, would that be something that somebody who specializes in trauma would be a better person to ask about that?
Yes, there are people that is their specialty. You have individuals that work with first responders from 9/11. You have individuals that they are trained that's their specialty. He had an elevation on it, but in my assessment of him, I didn't have enough to diagnose him with that.
All right.
So overall,
Cross.
what were your
Sir?
impressions and conclusions about Mr. Nealy, considering the time you spent with him, his presentation, his history, those sorts of things?
I think this is a man who is completely unable to handle any sort of strong emotion. He has, this isn't about intelligence. There's nothing to indicate that he had one issue in school, but this is not somebody who struggled well throughout his academia or his academic career. He has paralegal certificates. He got his GED. Academically and intellectually, I didn't see anything noteworthy, but this is somebody who is incredibly emotionally defunct. He is unable to handle emotion, to make good decisions clearly, and he just gets, I think, very overwhelmed. I think some of that is the dependency that he has. Dependent personality disorder is not very common, and it just means that you're kind of frozen and unable to understand what to do. And like I said, there's very few tools in your toolbox about how to handle difficult situations.
Don't say tools and toolbox this trial.
And these things that you just
only had
mentioned are
one.
coupled with your diagnosis of major depressive disorder and some features of PTSD.
Yes, this is somebody who I think is clearly, due to the hospitalizations, struggled with depressive affect, at least since his father's suicide. And, he just has not been able to come out of that. And I do believe that some of the trauma, and again, when you do testing for trauma, you can see symptoms, but they can't tell you where they come from. So I can't tell you, we can talk about traumatic events that have happened, but I can't pin the tail on the donkey, so I do want to be clear that some of these traumatic things that have shown up on testing, I'm not sure exactly where they're coming from, although he certainly has a documented history of trauma.
How many of you guys are thinking of that game now?
This is somebody who does not
Pin the tail on donkey.
do well emotionally. And again, I don't know if that's solely due to depression or if there's something neurological, but he definitely does not problem solve. It's like when something emotional is problematic in an emotional realm, he has tremendous difficulty with figuring out how to handle it and what to do.
And in this case, you recommended that we seek a trauma expert, is that right?
Yes, and a neuropsychologist.
And that was my next question. And
Sorry.
you also recommended that as well.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions.
What's it called? What's it called when you fall in love with your therapist and she becomes your editor of your fantasy book? What's that diagnosis? Because we have that as well. No, she was just scanning the handwritten draft.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
It's in the
So I
acknowledgements
want to go
page.
over a number of things with you. First off, a large part of your information came from the
self-reporting
records that we just saw admitted into evidence and from the defendant himself.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that I don't think you were given to review.
Okay.
And to be clear, all the things that you were given to review, you did, correct?
Yes.
So the defense team provided you records and you reviewed anything that you could, right?
Yes, and I think I did tell you my depo, and I want to be clear. The exception is the classification records.
Correct.
Because there was nothing problematic, so I did skim them as opposed to read the totality.
But more data is good. You agree?
I'm sorry, say again?
More data is good.
I mean, depending.
Generally.
You know, if it helps diagnostically, then certainly.
So, for instance, you didn't review the police report in this case.
I did not.
So you didn't review the police report in the Pasco County case.
I did not.
So that means you didn't review the interview that Detective Anderson did with Caitlin Farahay.
No.
And Caitlin Farahay is the defendant's first wife?
Correct.
You didn't read about it, you didn't listen to the audio interview, and you didn't watch the video reenactment where she described some of the violence, did you?
No.
Sounds sort of important.
You also didn't review Detective Anderson's interview with Summer Colt?
No.
Are you aware Summer Colt was a girlfriend of sorts of the defendant in between when he killed Jamie and when he got caught? Did you even know that?
No, I knew he had somebody in between. I'm sorry, I didn't know her name.
Okay. You didn't review the interview that the law enforcement did with the defendant's grandmother in Texas, Deborah Nealy?
I did not.
And you didn't attempt to independently reach out to any of those people?
His grandmother was not responsive.
Okay. But you never spoke to her?
No.
You never attempted to reach out to his first wife?
No, I did not.
And obviously you didn't talk to Jamie because he killed her?
Correct.
Okay.
What about the stepmom?
You didn't watch or listen to the 2-hour, or I guess 4 hours of confession that he did with Detective Anderson?
I apologize. I read the transcript and I saw clips of the video. And I neglected to say that earlier, and that's on me. Yes, that I did see.
Okay, so you did watch the interview, or you did not watch the interview?
I watched parts of the interview. I read the totality of the transcript.
Okay. You didn't review the 12,600 pages of Facebook records?
I did not.
All the communications that he had with various friends, some family, both during the time of the incident and much, much earlier?
I did not.
Okay. You didn't review the psychological evaluation done by Dr. Poorman on July 1st of 2021?
Objection. No reproach.
Dr. Poorman. It's a sad name for a doctor. Usually doctors are not poor. But are we going to hear from the therapist? What are the odds we get to hear from the therapist who gets to tell us about how much good he's done by writing this book? And I quote, "A special thanks goes out to my therapist, the drop-dead gorgeous Brittany Alipore, who was responsible for scanning the handwritten draft, which was 912 pages, so it could be emailed to the proper people to be typed. Also, without you, I wouldn't have been able to heal the once festering wounds of my mental health, and likely would have never started the process of writing epic fantasy. Without your encouraging words and warming presence, I don't know where I'd be. Thank you for all that you do." Where's she? I want to hear her testimony.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You didn't review the psychological evaluation done by Dr. Poorman, which was actually videotaped?
No.
And you didn't review the psychological evaluation by Dr. Valerie McLean on July 26, 2021, which was also videotaped?
Objection. Same objection.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you review any report, notes, or deposition from Dr. Hines?
So yes, I did review her deposition.
Okay. So you must have done that since you and I spoke last? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that would have been nice to know. Excellent.
Whoa, zinger.
So then let's talk about some of the history. I believe you indicated that you reviewed the school records.
Yes.
And in particular, you said that the defendant was held back in 3rd grade.
I believe it was 3rd grade.
Was it 6th grade?
Oh gosh. I thought it was 3rd, maybe it was 6th, but it was for one math.
Right, well, and that's where I'm going with this is, so first grade grades were okay, right?
Yes, I'm going by memory. I'm sorry, they're not in front of me. But yes, there was nothing
That stuck out?
that stuck out.
Second grade, third grade, nothing particularly notable there.
No.
Fourth grade, he's getting B's and C's.
Yes, like I said, his grades weren't all straight A's, but there was some where he struggled and a decision for medication was made.
Right, fifth grade, he's getting mostly C's at that point.
I'm going to take your word for it. I don't remember exactly.
All right, sixth grade, then it got a lot worse. F's in math, D's in science, C's and D's in language arts, F and C's in spelling, C's, D, and an F in social studies.
Yeah,
Sixth grade.
The grade that he had, the struggles, that was the grade that he...
The trajectory, though, had been steadily down until sixth grade.
Yes.
And a consistent note he was getting was that he wasted his time?
Yes.
Okay. So, and there really weren't any records you were provided for middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, right?
So the majority of the records were elementary. There was some that was high school. I think there was one school that was requested and they didn't have anything.
Yeah, the records from middle school and high school just amounted to attendance records?
Attendance,
okay.
Correct.
So the records we do have, so the 2007-2008 school year, specifically May 8th, May 9th of 2008, the defendant was suspended for a day and a half, right?
Yes, he was suspended once.
Yeah,
well, then, in high school, much more.
Well, yeah. In 7th grade, he was suspended once, and that's before he met his father, before any of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, let's go back to that to be clear. Bobby Nealy was out of the defendant's life before he turned 1 year old, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't, the defendant wasn't old enough to know who he was or remember him at that point. You'd agree?
Yes, I don't think he has any memories of him. But
Okay.
prior to
his
15. Visit to Texas, yes.
Okay. Now, you say that the defendant indicated that, I guess, his stepmom had sex with him when he was 15?
Yes.
Now, that information comes from the defendant, right?
It does.
And that information only comes from the defendant?
Correct.
There's nothing else in any of the documentation or any of the other interviews that indicate that that happened? Correct.
The only other interview where it happened is when I spoke to Miss Alipore that did therapy with him when he was first arrested.
Sure, and that's just another person to talk to the defendant?
Yes, but when you said interview, I wanted to make sure to clarify. I did hear that from her, but there was nothing in records that I reviewed in writing that I saw.
Did the defendant even name the stepmom?
Frankly, I didn't ask.
Okay, so nobody even knows who this woman might be?
I mean, when I spoke to Lisa, Mr. Shelby's mother, she knows who she is.
Did she name this person?
I don't think so, but give me a minute so I don't misspeak.
Did anybody try to reach out to this person to determine whether or not she agreed that this happened?
I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I just want to make sure that I didn't.
Just
no,
once.
I don't have her name. No, I was told that they attempted to find her, and
but they couldn't
that
find
it didn't
her.
happen, that we could find her. Or she
Okay.
wouldn't talk, I'm sorry, and I can't recall which, but she was not available.
Well, to be clear, what a lot of people agree about this defendant, both his mom, his stepdad, his first wife, and a lot of people that come into contact with him is he's very dishonest, right?
Oh, well, he definitely lies.
A lot. In fact, that was a major factor as to why he kept not being able to live with his mother from the ages of 18 to 22, 23, right?
I think he was disruptive, making noise when his stepdad was trying to sleep. That's certainly one part of it.
That's why he got kicked out.
He lied for however many months in between he killed Jamie and her family. So yes, I think he certainly does lie.
Okay, well, and again, you didn't review the police report or the interview with Caitlin Farahay, but would it surprise you to learn that she also indicated that she couldn't trust anything the defendant said?
Like I said, I haven't reviewed it.
Would that surprise you based on the other information that you've been provided?
I mean, no. I think he certainly has demonstrated that he does lie.
Okay. And certainly your ability to evaluate everything would probably be a little bit better if you were provided all that information, correct?
I mean, I definitely think he lies anyway, given his behavior in between the two cases. So I have no question that more evidence of him lying would make a difference. I would never say that he doesn't.
Okay. And still talking about the stepmom, in terms of those different hospital records, you'd agree, and we'll probably be going through them, he's had contact with medical professionals a number of times over the past 20 years. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, certainly in between 2016 and 2017, there was a volume.
Well, even as far back as 2011, 2012, he's had numerous contacts with mental health professionals, yes, medical professionals, and there's a number of times in those documents where, as they generally do, they ask him questions about, have you ever been sexually abused, right?
Correct.
And he answers no.
Correct.
Okay. And it's just him and other mental health professionals, correct?
I mean, I don't know who's in the room in 2011, 2012, because he was a minor, but yes, he was an adult from 2016 on when he was hospitalized.
And multiple times he's asked those questions with whatever psychologist, psychiatrist, or doctor, and each time he answers no.
Correct.
Okay. You indicated the defendant felt guilty because of his father's suicide. And I guess, did your interview with Paul Svensson turn up that the defendant had told Paul Svensson that Bobby Nealy committed suicide?
No, what Paul had relayed to me is at the time, Mr. Nealy had stopped speaking to his father. His father didn't call him on his previous birthday, and so they believed that that was why he blamed himself.
Okay, so then it would surprise you to learn that Paul Svensson testified in his deposition that the defendant told him that his father committed suicide because he had active warrants?
I didn't know he had active warrants. I didn't ask.
Okay. Yeah, the 2011 school records indicate March 3rd through March 16th, defendant was suspended for 10 days from school.
Okay.
You agree?
Yeah, no, I mean, he, like I said, he was suspended multiple times. He was mouthing off. He was skipping. He was eventually expelled from school.
Okay. And I'm sure that in your interview with Lisa Svensson and Paul Svensson, his mother and stepdad, you realized they were pretty good people, right?
Yes. These are really very nice, good people.
Decent people. They were doing everything they could to try and make sure he succeeded, correct?
Yes. When he had difficulty in school, Mom was there. When he needed to be put on medication, they took care of it. He was so despondent and upset after his dad's suicide that his stepdad said, we need to get him therapy. Yes, I think that they were very kind, good parents.
And they did that. He didn't go neglected during those periods of time, right?
Correct.
And they tried to work with him and they tried to correct his course, correct?
Yes, I think they were certainly frustrated with some of his behavior after his dad's suicide. Different friends.
Okay,
not being reachable.
Yeah, but the defendant wanted to do things his way and didn't want to follow rules, right?
That sounds very, I mean, certainly
and in fact,
not atypical of a teenager, but I think more so, yes.
Sure, but to the point where he would leave the home and be homeless because he wanted to smoke marijuana and steal things from them instead of following their rules, right?
Yes, he was not following rules in the house. That's why I said there is, I think, a general rule breaking or pushing of the rules and boundaries when you're at that later adolescence, but that his was more so.
Right, because we're not talking, when we're saying not following the rules, we're not talking about, well, you left the cupboard door open, right? We're talking
Correct.
about sneaking in at all hours of the night with friends that aren't supposed to be there, smoking marijuana, and stealing from Paul Svensson and Lisa Svensson, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
that's not good.
And that they were always willing to house him as long as he wasn't doing those things and basically victimizing them, right?
Yes, I think they weren't aware of the homelessness. I think they thought that he was staying with friends.
Because he was at times, right?
Yes, certainly.
And in fact, he would, or did you ask him? He would stay with friends and gain their sympathy by telling them that he got kicked out, right?
I didn't ask, so.
Okay. You didn't explore that with him?
I did not.
Now, defense counsel brought up first wife, Caitlin Fairhay. And did you ask him a lot about that?
I knew that there was a time when Mr. Nealy was arrested for being violent with her. I know that something subsequent happened to where she lost custody of their daughter and her mother's raising their daughter. And I do believe that Paul and Lisa do get to see that little girl.
Okay, but certainly this defendant's relationship with his first wife would give us some insight into the person that he became later with his second wife, wouldn't it?
I mean, it could, yes. I mean, it's definitely was not hidden, and he volunteered that he was arrested for domestic violence against her.
Sure, but, and again, you didn't read Caitlin Fairhay's interview with Detective Anderson, but would it surprise you to learn that Caitlin Fairhay said that the defendant specifically poked holes in the condom in order to get her pregnant so she couldn't go to college?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. And that Caitlin Fairhay said that the defendant would throw books, specifically a history book, at her while they were still in school before he dropped out?
No, like I said, I don't know anything about what she relayed to the detective.
And was violent with her in a school setting?
Again, I didn't read that.
Throw a history book at somebody. Shouldn't they have seen it
And
coming?
even with Caitlin Fairhay, so she gets pregnant, she has a child with the defendant, and they get married. The defendant's mother and father, or mother and stepfather, were very supportive of him, right?
I think that they have done their best to be supportive throughout his life.
Sure. They got him an apartment. They furnished it for him so that he could be put on the right foot to try and make the situation that he put himself in work.
I mean,
He's wearing the outfit for Dwight from The Office.
First. They took care of, the little ones when they were called by the police in the middle of the night. I'm sorry, they're one small child with him and Jamie. I think that they were very supportive to the extent that he allowed that, yes.
Okay. But during this period of time, the defendant was smoking a lot of marijuana.
There it is.
Is that fair?
He definitely was a heavy marijuana smoker for a period of time, yes.
In fact, there's one point in many mental health records that we have where he's diagnosed with marijuana dependence, or?
Yeah, cannabis dependence, yes.
Cannabis dependence. Okay.
That's not addiction, that's a dependence. I guess that's separate.
That's also something that he's inconsistent about in the records too, right? Sometimes he says he never smokes marijuana or only smoked once a week, once a day.
I think it changed his reporting.
I only smoke every
he
day.
certainly seemed forthright with me, at least, to talk about how heavy that had become.
Okay.
It was another doctor they didn't want to testify. I'm not sure which
So,
one.
and I don't recall you talking about this one, but correct me if I'm wrong. The defendant checked himself into Metro Health, which is in all those records that were just admitted, between October 13, 2012 and October 16th of 2012. You recall that?
I saw that, and I think I did not. I think I started with 2016, but he went in 2012.
Okay. Just, you have those records. They're in those records.
Yes.
And he was threatening to take a bunch of pills, and his wife, Caitlin Fairhay, stopped him. And then he had a fight, punched her, and then decided to come check himself in, correct?
I think that's what happened, yes.
Okay. And that'll kind of become a pattern, is he'll be violent with a wife and then suddenly he'll be suicidal and in the hospital?
I couldn't hear the basis.
So certainly there is a pattern of him not being able to handle relationships, and there is a toxicity in those relationships, yes. And when he's frustrated, and again, like I said on direct, when he's upset and overly or emotionally overwhelmed, he has no tools. He goes to a psych hospital, he lashes out, he does not have the ability to handle what would be considered an emotionally charged situation.
Right, and I'm sure you're familiar with domestic violence, the phenomenon, correct?
Yes.
Being a psychologist?
Yes.
And it's kind of a common phenomenon for the abuser to threaten suicide in order to manipulate the person being abused?
I mean, that can
Seen a
be
lot.
part of it sometimes, not all the time. I'm very much not an expert in battered women's syndrome, so I do want to say that. But there are times when, yes, manipulative behavior to get somebody not to leave them is a part of this, or not to report it.
Okay, and it's so common, it's one of the things on the checklist for lethality that they always ask. Has the abuser threatened suicide before?
I'm going to take your word for it. I'm outside my specialty there.
Okay. But anyway, so when the defendant was admitted in that October 2012 Metro Health records, he had said that he was abusive to Caitlin, not the other way around.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And at one point, I think in those records, he described that he grabbed her and slapped her a few times. Correct?
Again, I did review those. Yes, I remember that he was violent. He did slap her. I don't remember the specifics.
Okay. And in fact, in one of the records, I think it was 318 of the Metro Health records, it indicated that the Metro Health people checked the records for Caitlin as well and determined that she had recently come into the facility because the defendant had pushed her, causing her to hit her head. You recall that?
I don't recall that, but that doesn't, they were fairly voluminous, so it doesn't mean that it wasn't in there.
Okay.
So I certainly do not argue with you if you have found that in there.
So did you review any of the police reports regarding the defendant and Caitlin Farahey?
I did not.
And again, so you didn't review the interview of Caitlin Farahey, as we've already established. So are you then not aware of the October 27, 2012 incident where Caitlin's saying, don't smoke marijuana in the house around the baby, and then he beats her, strangles her, she wakes up, and he's looming over her with the baby saying, watch as I kill your mother?
No. I know that he was arrested for domestic violence with his first wife, but the arrest form I did not have.
And actually in that incident, he also broke glass over her and she got cut?
Like I said, I have to take your word for it on this.
Okay. Those are all good things to know, though, right? You would agree in understanding the defendant and his progression as we get to Jamie?
Yes, I think certainly in, like I said, in an emotionally laden situation, anybody who's been married would know that that would sometimes occur in a marriage, that he has no ability to handle things. Like I said, he either is going to a psychiatric hospital, is missing, or becomes violent.
Okay, I seem to remember you testified that there were times with Jamie, moving on to the second wife, that there were times where they both got arrested and times where just she got arrested, right?
Yes.
But there was only one of them that ever got convicted, right?
So I apologize, that I don't know.
Well, would it have been more thorough for you to have gotten those records and determined that the defendant was the only one that ever got convicted of domestic violence between the defendant and Jamie Ivancic?
I mean, certainly that would have been helpful.
Okay.
Who's talking to Siri?
We'll talk about that a little bit later. You indicated, I believe you indicated, that you reviewed the Cleveland Police Department records?
Yes.
So, and I believe you referred to, there was a Baker Act of the defendant on April 27th of 2016. You recall that?
Hold on, let me get my notes.
And we say Baker Act, but involuntary commitment?
Involuntary commitment, because I
Ohio?
know Ohio has a different name for it. Yes, there was a missing person call on April 27, 2016.
Okay. Well, actually, if you compare that with the Cleveland Police Department records, you find out that there was, on April 26, 2016, at 4:30 in the morning, that there was a police call. And in that call, Jamie said that the defendant choked her out until she urinated on herself. Did you read that?
I did read that.
Okay. And then that's early morning hours. Then later in the day at 2 p.m., then Jamie's calling saying, I don't know where he is. I'm worried about him. He left a note threatening suicide, right?
Correct.
So again, we have another situation where the defendant appears to beat a girl and then is suicidal?
There's, like I said, there's so much toxicity that was going on, and his inability to handle anything from an emotional perspective leads to threatening suicide, going to a psych hospital, engaging in violence. So yes, all of that is true.
Yeah, and so on the 26th, when law enforcement did come into contact with him, he indicated to them he didn't need services, he wasn't suicidal, but he ended up getting involuntarily committed anyway?
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You also indicated he had been committed on August 28th of 2016. You recall that?
Yes.
And that's not the whole story on that one either, is it? Because there was a call into Broadview Heights Police Department about the defendant at that time as well. Were you aware of that, or were you not provided the Broadview Heights police records?
No, I think I have them. But what I have talks about this incident.
Well, in that situation, law enforcement responded. The defendant was on the ground. Jamie was sitting on top of him, and he was holding her hands. And then when law enforcement spoke to Jamie, she said that the defendant had been beating her for the past year, and that he had, the day before or so, had grabbed her arms while she was driving, twisting them, causing the car to spin out of control. And she wanted to leave him, and he grabbed her and began to choke her. Do you recall reading that?
Yes, and the determination was made. And again, there was a Baker Act, which is psychiatric involuntary hospitalization.
You did read that, though, right?
Yes, but
and so then, instead of getting arrested,
Should she be allowed to finish her answer?
she answered.
All right, next question.
Right, and following that, that's when he's now involuntarily committed again, because once again, he's suicidal?
I think they couldn't determine. So to err on the side of caution, that's, and that's what law enforcement does.
Okay. So that hospitalization lasted a period of time, right?
I think, like I said, they were all right around either between a few days and a week.
Yeah, and because he's in the hospital at least between September 3rd or 4th, 2016 and September 17th of 2016. You'd agree?
So let me get the dates. Yes, he went in, I have, on the 7th.
And within those hospital records from Parma Community Hospital, the defendant over there says that he has been physically, verbally, and emotionally abusive to his wife for the past year. And he says that he will grab her so hard that he leaves bruises and has hit and choked her in the past. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was from him. He said that.
That was from him.
Okay.
Is it common to have the abuse go both ways?
He denied any history of trauma or abuse, right?
Yes, I think the only thing that he mentioned in that was that his father had committed suicide when he was 17.
Right.
This is not the lady who edited the book.
And then I believe they move him to
This is a different person.
University Hospital Cleveland Medical Center during that hospital. So he starts out at the one and moves over to the other.
Yes.
And when he goes to the other one, he says that he lost his cashier job for arguing with the owner, right?
Correct.
He says that he mentally and physically was abusive to his wife. He has been angry his whole life. He has a good relationship with his wife, which would be Jamie at that point.
Correct.
When he's not abusive. And he wants to learn to control his anger and not abuse his wife.
Yes.
And he also reports that he has rage episodes and he's abused a dog in the past.
Yes.
All reading that? And he also has physically abused his wife.
Okay. Objection was about the dog, and I think this might be a problem. This could be a problem. They were not supposed to talk about dogs, but it was different dog. I saw that one coming. Yeah. The state can't open the door on this one. The state cannot open the door. If the defense opened the door, that would be okay, but this is not the shot we need. Okay, quick sidebar. You can't put that toothpaste back in the tube.
And to be clear, all those things I just went over are things that he said to the doctors when he was in that hospitalization.
Yes.
Okay. So he gets out September 17th of 2016, and you indicated that he is in the hospital again October 7th of 2016, I think. But really, that was an incident that started again October 5th. You'd agree? 2016?
Yes, it started before. The records say that he was hospitalized on October 7th.
Okay, and in fact, there's a Broadview Heights police report that documents how that happened, that law enforcement ends up getting called, the defendant wants to kill himself, and Jamie Ivancic is reporting that the defendant choked her, threw her against the wall, and bit her on the left shoulder. You recall reading that?
Yes.
Okay, so once again we have Jamie's getting choked, defendant's threatening suicide. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the records indicated it was actually the defendant who called 911 to report that he was suicidal as all this is going on.
I don't remember who called. I apologize.
Okay. And those records he stays in for at least, I think he's discharged on the 12th on that occasion?
Yeah, I have the 7th through the 12th.
And is that the time that he went from the hospital into the county jail for the domestic charge?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall. I can tell you what he was prescribed. And
But
I'm sorry?
Okay, yeah, you don't remember, but on that visit on October 6th, 2016, Jamie Ivancic, who regularly would call in or regularly visit him on these hospitalizations, called in to pass a message to the defendant that their daughter Bella was seen for a dislocated elbow but is fine.
Yes.
You recall reading that?
Yes.
And the defendant said, she's an effing liar, And so the hospital staff checked, and they actually found the records where Karma Hospital had treated the child for a dislocated elbow. You recall that? Okay. Okay. You indicated, you mentioned Karma, Karma Stewart. To be clear, that is Jamie Ivancic's biological sister?
I believe so.
Because Jamie was adopted, but she had biological sisters, at least Karma, who she was close to?
That's what I was told, yes.
And that is the person who has custody of the defendant's kids right now?
His 2 children with Jamie, yes.
Oh, that's right, because he never had a relationship with Mackenzie, his other child, right?
I think for a brief time he did, and then it wasn't long.
Okay, and that was because Caitlin Farahay, his first wife, doesn't even tell Mackenzie that this defendant is her father because of all the abuse she suffered, right?
So I don't know how that happened. I don't think Mackenzie has custody either. I think her mother does. So I don't know what that child would know or not know about either of their parents.
Okay. And you mentioned during the time period that this happened, the crimes, the 3 murders that we're here about today, that the defendant was struggling because he was caring for 2 small children. I believe those were your words, right?
I mean, that's a part of it. He's also carrying the weight of what he did to their mother.
Right. Well, he was struggling and caring for 2 children because he killed their mother, right?
Because their mother is not here to help. Yes, of course.
Right. In fact, like if you go through the defendant's history, there's a repeatedly self-inflicted wounds, right?
Yes. I mean, he can't get out of his own way, to be frank. Yes. Okay. I think that there is something clearly very wrong.
That's your witness defense. There's something clearly very wrong. Oh, my goodness.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Let's just let that hang in the air with the jury. There's something clearly very wrong.
All right, Judge, I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Dr.
Sifting between the lies and the truth is difficult here. Because he did tell a lot of truth on his confession, but he also told a lot of lies leading up to that. And maybe
Dr.
some
Holmes,
lies
was there any denial on Shelby's part about the violence with Caitlin?
No.
And you indicated you read a transcript of the 4+ hour interview and watched excerpts, is that right?
Yes.
And did you find in there, in the transcript that, as we've all watched here in court, that Shelby confessed about everything that happened?
Yes.
The competency reports that Mr. Sarabia asked you about of Dr. Foreman and Dr. McLean, those reports, you weren't working on this case when his prior lawyers had these people on the case, were you?
I believe, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 2021 were the dates of the reports. I was not hired until early 2023, so I never worked for his prior defense counsel, which was the public defender's office, and I was not on the case in 2021.
It was only when we came on this case.
Correct.
That we.
This is not public defender?
Yes.
Okay.
Whoa. Is it still I think it's still a court appointed, but definitely certified.
So when Mr. Sarabia was questioning you about these different Baker Act happenings or domestic violence happenings, is that part of the reason that you suggested or thought there might be also something neurological and suggested a neuropsychology expert.
Yes, he really seems to have a phenomenal difficulty with emotion, and that sounds vague, but even if we have poor coping skills, like maybe we have 2 cocktails instead of 1 after a tough day, or maybe, we exercise too much, or we drink too much coffee, or we snack.
That's my problem. I
at people
exercise
at work
too
or at
much.
home, or we veg out with video games or TV or whatever. Even if we have not the best coping skills, his are almost non-existent, and it's almost like he has no idea how to appropriately react to things that are emotionally laden. And again, I don't know if that has a basis in anything neurological or if that's just something he's never learned.
I think this part rings true for the
Or
jury.
if he just kind of shut down after the abuse. I have no idea.
All right.
But yes, it's part of the reason why I had recommended that somebody consider some neurological etiology.
All right. Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Ma'am, you may step down. All right, members of the jury, why don't we go ahead and give you our 15-minute afternoon break. All right, we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Turns and tells the bailiff, I don't need a break. I'm good. I've just been sipping water instead of guzzling this time. So Bouncy Bailiff does what he does best, which is bounce. And I have to apologize. I'm not trying to make light of this in any way, but I think I've self-diagnosed myself with a very mild case of Tourette's. I only feel like the overwhelming urge to make slurping sounds when I see people drinking on TV. It doesn't happen in real life, but I'm watching on TV. It's not even, it doesn't even pass the thought process. It just goes, it just happens. Okay, I make slurping sounds when I see people drink, and it's done before I know it.
On Zoom, are you planning on calling someone else before them?
The next 5 for today on.
Oh, 5 of them. We only have 2 of them so far, but okay.
5 more today?
And these people are going to be
He's like, we got
relatively
5.
short?
No, we had 5 altogether.
These people are going to be relatively short as opposed to our
not as short as the
normal
defendant.
long witness?
From my perspective, they're going to be short.
Okay. All right, so who's going to be your next witness? We have Lisa Chupa and Vincent Del Santa.
I'll take Mr. Del Santo has to go to work, so.
Mr.
Okay.
Santa.
So we'll do that when we get back, okay?
Then Lisa Chupa.
Thank you.
All right, so before being brief recess until the law court.
This tummy shot brought to you by a lazy photographer. Okay, there we go. All right. I do that when people kiss on TV, make slurping sounds. Yeah, I have no other possible indications that I would have Tourette's in any way that I can recognize. It's just the slurping sounds, and it only happens on TV. Like family reunions, I could be like surrounded by people who are, just I don't make the slurping sound. As a matter of fact, if somebody else made a slurping sound, I'm like that's like rude. Don't even gulp, right? But on TV, then it's different. All right. Could be a learned response. I'm sure it all ties back to, I don't know, 3rd grade math or something, where I think it was actually 4th grade science. That's what it is, 4th grade science. 4th grade was the year that I aced my ACT, which is the end of year level test, like 100%. It's like 2 or 3 day test, and I got all the questions right. It's also the first year I failed a class, which was science, which I love. I later actually taught science classes in my front yard to a summer school course. But I did fail my first class in 4th grade. And then I didn't go to 5th or 6th. I just I just couldn't. I was homeschooled, but it was good. All right, Judge McJudgerson says, "RA, I love your channel because it's like Live Court and Mystery Science Theater 3000 had a baby. It's the best. Snark is funny." Judge McJudgerson, I love it. Love your profile picture as well. That is awesome. Love the Legos. Welcome to the gallery. 5 months. My mom would be throwing her Emily Post book at you. Sorry. Let's see. Ooh, just paid my cell phone bill. I didn't know that. All right. Has there ever been a witness, say, for the defense that has changed their minds at the last second and refused to testify? I haven't seen it. I've definitely seen witnesses be flipped. And this was close to that, where we have her coming in and just painting a very sad picture of the defendant, this little boy over there in the chair in a too big vest, just trying to figure out life and at a loss. She started out and was doing a good job of painting, woe is me type thing for him. But the state just dismantled it. Basically just proved that the defense only gave her the things that made her come to the conclusion that she did. And they just cherry-picked events. So they just ripped it apart. And at the end, her final words was like, yeah, there's clearly something wrong with him. He's it's a bad nut here. Did you take a Foley class? No, I never had one offered, mostly because every class that I took in high school was required for graduation. Now, normally that's not the case. Normally you have some requireds and electives and all, and some buffer stuff. I didn't have any buffer. I failed enough classes and had to do summer school that in high school I did not. I think I took guitar was the only thing that I really, and I had to take a music class. It was that or choir, right? So I took guitar. What's a Foley class? Foley is like the Foley artists that do the sound in the old days. It's like you have somebody walking through the grass. Yeah, it's like pre-ASMR. That's what it is. All the sound effects from the movie streams. All right, yes on the BK coverage for tomorrow. We're going to be there. We need that sad music to be played. I want to, but there's so many people that were killed here. I just want to be as respectful as I can to them. He was not a good person. I think we've established that. Kim, thank you very much for the super stickers. They're flying in. Gold coin, thank you. Ari could have been the Beverly Hills cop Axel Foley. Replay when she gets off the stand. I can't right now. I was going to replay the part where she... Let's see if I can do this. Is this the right part? Yeah, I think this is it. Well, it helps if I get audio working for you first. I don't know where I've routed my audio. I need a solution for this. If somebody's really good with audio, I need to have dual outputs on audio so that it gets sent via HDMI as well as to other places. Hang on. This is the part where in the opening statements where the defense lawyer was speaking and calling out the names of the jurors.
The mitigation that may be important to Mr. Call may be different than Mr. Sandifer, may be different.
Excuse me. Yes.
That floored me when I saw that. Sorry, Mr. Call and Mr. Sandifer. I apologize, but I honestly think had she not been stopped by that objection, she would have named every single one of the jurors. But Koberger website's up. Are you talking about? Let's see. On YouTube. Boom, there it is. Thank you very much. 3 waiting. Hope you liked the stream. I was first. Okay, it'll be live in 19 hours, so we've got some time on that one. Thank you for the heads up, Macy. Appreciate that. That just barely got posted. Let's see. The only person I know who's good with audio is... Thank you. I just dropped it on the floor, but Mrs. R.A., I hope you didn't notice. I was trying to be subtle, and I did it. She brought in the mail, and I got my monthly copy of TV Technology, which is basically just the nerdiest nerdy TV tech book out. I don't know of anything more nerdy than that, honestly. And I read the entire thing during the last testimony, cover to cover. Well, I didn't read all the articles. I only read the one about Blackmagic Design and a company that's called The Streaming King. But I love that magazine. It's straight advertisements. The whole thing is like paid for ads, and I love it. All right. The fun thing is that the article I read about the streaming company is they listed the gear they use to do all these broadcasts all over the United States, and I'm like, check. I've got like everything they've got. They have a little bit that I don't, but the centerfold in that magazine is the map layout for the convention in Las Vegas where all the gear is sold. It's the NAB show is what they call it, North American Broadcasters. That's what the centerfold is, and I may have a couple of them framed. All right. I'm only there for the articles. I do like seeing the advertisements for the different broadcasters. You know, Blackmagic Design, one of my favorites, obviously. Rode is more of a consumer level. This is professional level. But like Grass Valley and things like that. Just some really good TV tech companies are good. All right, we are on our last break of the day. After this, we're going to have a number of short witnesses, not quite as short as the defendant. No, I don't know how short they're going to be, but they're going to be possibly 5 of them in rapid fire, and some of them may be on Zoom. So we're going to quickly go through. These are probably going to be character type witnesses. Somebody who can vouch for the fact that Mr. Nealy helped someone across the road in busy traffic, and that he, saved a small child from having to overeat the candy, or whatever he did in life that is like exceptional. I think we're going to get some of those. It's basically like it's like the reverse of a victim impact statement. So I think we're going to get a few of those right here. Let's see. This audio's buzz is just driving me nuts. How long is the sentencing hearing supposed to be? Lady in Pink, I think it's probably going to wrap up today or tomorrow. I think. It's the whole thing was 2 weeks long, right? 2 weeks was blocked out for this trial, and tomorrow is a week and a half. So I think it's going to be pretty soon. He returned his shopping cart. Yes. He never skipped scanned at Walmart, even when he thought he could. Is Broken Baker here? There he is. Hey, how's it going, man? Road is always so provocative. Oh my goodness. I'm with you on that one. We could have this conversation off air where it's more appropriate. But yes, Road. It's that sleek black look on. I just the bright lights. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Right here underneath me, right down here. That's Road. This is what Road looks like. It's really cool. Anyway. All right, I got sidetracked. We're talking about tech gear. I did. I wrote on the back of July 17th's Dad Joke of the Day. Thanks, Amber, for that. a list of some of the gear I need. And by need, it's like this is crucial. But then I did the math on the gear I need, and it has too many zeros. So it's only 10K. 10K. That's the last. That would be the last cable I would need. Did you figure out how to send your equipment, Camilla? I haven't even focused on that, and I need to because it's next week. Here's what I know. I think my mom is going to FedEx me her car keys. Kid you not. And I'm going to drive her car. She's going to park it at the airport because she lives right near the airport, a few miles away, 20 minutes. And then get a ride back. I'm going to fly in and walk around the parking lot with the beeper, trying to make her car honk. So I've never even seen her car. It's a new car I haven't seen. And I'm going to drive her car instead of renting a car because that'll save me about $400 next week, which is good. Then I'll drive her car up to Bear Lake, and I don't know how the gear's going to get there. I think I'm going to go just bare minimum. It's only like 3 days, right? 3 days of live streaming. And Friday might be an issue because we're checking out on Friday. I thought we were checking out on Saturday. So $100 says she has a Kia. Oh, no. I don't fit in a Kia, Amber.
Move this over here.
We are covering BK tomorrow, for sure. It looks like Zoom's coming up next.
Are we doing with the camera again for the podium?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so.
Runner cries Hyundai Elantra, either white or silver.
Camera on.
If only somebody... you'd also need the technology to have somebody on the receiving end open the message and view it, which I struggle with. Anyway, I already rented the car. I rented my car with Hertz, and I have an issue with Hertz now because canceling the rental a week in advance, $100 fine for canceling my rental car.
So they're one will leave, the next one will
Okay. All right, so there's a total of 3 of them there or 4 of them?
There will be 4. One is Vincent Delsanter, and then the other 3 are appearing from the same Zoom, but will not be in the room simultaneously.
Okay. And that's all of them for tonight?
And then there's one more after that.
And one more after that.
Do you want to adjust the TV a little bit, your screen, the little camera? It has, right now it has all of this side and Tanya, or maybe that's how we want it.
Well,
If we go more that way, then we'll just have to move the podium over this way.
No, what I'm saying, okay, no, that's fine. So the idea is to just get that. That's perfect.
Yeah, that's where we were adjusting, so we didn't get the jury box.
Okay, perfect, perfect, yeah, then we don't need to be in, perfect.
all right, so I'll bring him in just to make sure everything's good and working.
And I'm going to be taking the Starlink, a laptop. Maybe I'll have to do a test. I might just take a laptop, an Apple TV, a May 12.
Mr. Del Santra, can you hear me?
It's going to be bare minimum. No lights. I'm not
Yes,
sure.
I can hear you. Okay.
Audio, what I'm going to do.
All right, and
wireless mics.
Are you going to put your video on or not?
Better.
I don't have one here. Okay.
He's not putting his video on?
Okay. Right. Yeah, it's a long walk for me too. All right, so tell me when you're ready. Well, I mean, if you don't...
I'm joined from my phone. I'm currently on my desktop PC.
Right. If he doesn't have a camera on his end, there's nothing we can do about it, right?
He said he may have a desktop that he can work.
All right.
The phone should have a camera,
Right, the phone should have it.
Right.
Well, I'm currently on my desktop PC. I mean, I can switch over to myself, and that's fine.
Okay.
Do that.
Just give me 1 second, though.
Sure.
I know. I'm gonna put Hertz on blast.
Still has a flip phone, so we should.
If you need to rent a car, don't rent from Hertz until they get rid of their cancellation policy. $100. And do you know why? If I had not paid in advance, there would be no fee. But I gave them all the money up front, so there's a $100 fee. Charge me $25 because the transfer and the money and everything else. I can understand that, but $100. There are no alligators in Bear Lake. There's one lake monster, which is sighted periodically, and it's basically dinosaur epic proportion. Think Brontosaurus, but swimming with fins. It's like that. But no one's ever been eaten by it. At least if they have, they haven't told anyone about it. So they do have some massive lake trout up there. So just because the lake, I think at some points is over 200 feet deep. They also have what's called the Bonneville Cisco, which is the little tiny fish that you cannot find any time of the year except for like 2 weeks in January. And the lake freezes over, and you go up there with a big chainsaw and you cut a big hole in the lake, like big hole in the lake, and you stand there with a dip net and you wait for the Cisco to run by, like swim by in massive schools, and you just scoop them out by the net, by the bucketful. They call it the Cisco Disco. It's a big party. Kimar, thank you for the little train. Thank you. That's a cute little train. Appreciate it. Actually, I'm headed up to Bear Lake in Idaho because it's the Utah-Idaho border next week. This is a witness for the defense calling in from his mom's basement, just taking a quick break from the D&D quest. I don't know what he's doing. We'll find out who he is in just a minute. Do you have any Nuggets boxes? Anyway, I am taking the Starlink. I'll be up at my family's rented a really cool, actually a couple properties up there, and I have a ton of siblings. Like there are 10 children in my family, 10. So there are 10 of us, and we're all going up there, and most of them, except for me, are bringing their kids. So it's going to be just mayhem. So we've got pool tables and ping pong and hot tub, and I think they're getting a boat, renting a boat at the lake, and we're just all pitching in. And it's going to be awesome. We've never done this before. Everyone else gets there early. I'm getting there on like Tuesday. Where do I rank in terms of success? About a 3.
John Jurgen and Jerry Box seated.
That's
Welcome back, members of the jury. It's usually easier to run the race when you know where the finish line is. So the finish line for today is we're going to do 5 more witnesses on Zoom. They shouldn't be too long, and then we'll adjourn for the evening. Does that sound okay? All right. Not thrilled, but okay. Good. All right. Defense, please call your next witness.
Vincent Del Santo.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. You may proceed.
All right, please state your name for us.
Vincent Anthony Del Santer.
And Mr. Del Santer, where do you live?
I live in Brook Park, Alaska.
In Ohio, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
I heard Alaska.
Do you work?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And back in 2016, were you working, in the summer of 2016, were you working at Chupa's supermarket?
Yes, I was.
Do you know Shelby Nealy?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you know Shelby?
He was one of my coworkers.
And what did you do at Chupa's?
I was a dishwasher, which basically meant I kind of did a little bit of everything around the entire marketplace.
Okay, and do you remember what Shelby did?
To my best knowledge, I believe he was a bagger and a cashier.
All right. And did there come a time during the summertime months where he was working there where you thought that he was being abused by his wife, Jamie?
Yes, there was. There was grounds for concern. There were a lot of rumors going around from other coworkers at Chupa's. But also there was one day in particular where he did come in with a black eye, and from what I remember is he directly told me that it was an altercation with his wife.
You never witnessed any violence between the two of them yourself, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
This is Chupa's.
Was there a day when Shelby called in sick and Jamie called Chupa's trying to find him?
I don't know if he called in sick. From the day in question, I believe I came in it was for a half day later in the afternoon. And when I got there were already talks about Shelby not being there and his wife calling up there looking for him. And from what I was told is that he stayed over one of our coworker John Lee's house that night because they were getting into it. And I really didn't hear much about it after that until I walked outside to take some trash out and I ran into his wife in the parking lot.
All right, and what happened when you ran into her in the parking lot?
When I ran into her in the parking lot,
there was damage.
She seemed kind of panicked, a little disoriented, and she just kept asking me where Shelby was, and I told her I didn't know. And at that time, I was wearing a radio, so I let them know inside that she was here, because I guess at one point they already called the, I believe it was Parma Heights Police, to let them know that she was looking for him. And then I told her that I would go inside, get John, who told me that Shelby was not there, and let him know.
Shelby calls him sick. Mom, his wife,
Earlier
shows
that
up
day,
looking for him. Roro, thank you.
Jamie, before she came to the store, did Jamie call Chupa's threatening to kill Shelby?
That is what I heard. I did not directly talk to her over the phone because I didn't really answer the phones when I worked there. But from management and other coworkers that were typically the ones picking up phone calls, they did say something like that.
Thank you very much, Troy. Appreciate
All
you.
right, now let's fast forward a little bit. In February of 2018, you actually saw Shelby again, right? So this is a year and a half later.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And how did that come about?
Shelby reached out to me on Facebook Messenger and let me know that he was in town. And I invited him over to my apartment. He came by with his kids. They were a little dirty. They had full diapers because they were just infants at the time. And we just caught up really quick. He told me he was back in town because he left his wife because she was arrested for domestic violence. So he asked me if I could watch his kids, but at the time I was working from home, so I couldn't have the background noise, so I referred him to a family friend who's a babysitter. And after that interaction, it was only about an hour. He left. I helped him load his kids into the car, and what I remember specifically was the car he was driving appeared to be his wife's car from when I saw him at Chupa's.
Wow.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions.
She didn't want all that information. It's like that went off the rails. Virginia Little, thank you very much.
Last situation you were talking about when you saw the defendant pull up in the gray Hyundai that was his wife's car, was that February 18th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay, and he said that his wife had been arrested for domestic violence and he'd left her in Florida?
That is what he told me.
So he didn't mention that he'd killed her and buried her in his backyard?
He did not.
Okay.
I feel like that probably would have been a red flag.
Yes.
And he said his two kids were with him and they looked dirty and looked like they had poor hygiene at that point?
Yes, it looks like they haven't bathed in a couple days, and like I said, their diapers were full. In fact, I do believe We actually gave him a couple diapers. He changed his son right there on the floor. And it was actually pretty bad. We had to take the diaper right outside. That I do distinctly remember.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination? All right. Thank you, sir.
Yep. You guys have a good one.
Yep.
It's like, cheers, y'all. Back to work. Well, that
All right.
also didn't go very well
Yes.
for him.
And it's called Lisa Chupa.
Lisa Chupa. Is this Lisa from
Ma'am,
Chupas?
please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
She's wearing her work shirt.
You're going to have to
Unmute.
turn on your audio there.
But use your left hand to do it. She's wearing her work shirt.
And you just have
Repping
to
the company.
Click on that microphone with the red line there.
There's no, I don't have one. It's not working. Ask to unmute.
Well.
Ask to unmute. Click the
Okay.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, I apologize.
All right.
I apologize.
Chupa's
All right, you
Marketplace,
swear to
not
tell
a
the truth?
sponsor.
I do, yes.
All right. All right, very good. You may inquire.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
Please
Yes.
state your name for
Shortest
us.
oath ever.
Lisa Chupa.
Okay, and Ms. Chupa, where do you live? Oh,
I live in Broadview Heights, Ohio.
all right, and could you please spell your last name for us?
It's right there on the shirt.
P-H-U, P as in Paul, P as in Paul, A.
All right, and what do you do up in Ohio?
I run a family market in Parma, city of Parma. It's called Chupa's Marketplace. That's family last name.
And do you run that market with your brother Paul?
Yes, I do.
Do you sell pineapples?
I want to turn your attention to the summer of 2016. Let me ask, do you know Shelby Nealy?
I remember him as an employee.
Okay, and when he was employed at the market in the summer of 2016, would you often see him with bruises and scratches on his arms and neck?
I did witness it a few times.
Now, you never saw any actual violence take place between anybody. You saw the marks, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you remember Shelby calling in to Chupa's one day and saying he was going to commit suicide?
I personally did not take the phone call myself, but I know one of my other managers at the time did report that back to me, that that was a phone call that she received.
And do you know why?
Because it's his job to answer the phone.
I can only say that, not because of anything I ever witnessed, but because of things that he was saying to other employees about his wife abusing him.
Were there any instances that you witnessed where his wife, Jamie, was verbally aggressive with him, whether it was phone call or otherwise?
I never witnessed anything, no.
Okay. Now, in February of 2018, did Shelby come back to Chupa's asking for his job back?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And did you or your brother have a concern about rehiring him?
We did have a concern only because of the situation with his wife, and that we didn't want her to be calling and coming on the premises and causing more problems for him and at the business. Those were our concerns.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any
Thank
cross-examination?
you.
All right. Hang on, ma'am.
Hi.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
So that incident where the defendant, Shelby Nealy, came and was asking for his job back, that was in February of 2018?
I don't exactly remember the month, but I do remember it was in February. I'm sorry, in 2018, yes.
Okay. And at that time, the defendant was claiming that Jamie, his wife, was in jail or prison down in Florida?
That is correct.
Okay. And so based on the information that you were told about Jamie and the idea that she might still be alive, you did not rehire the defendant?
I do not recall what the end result was. I think that myself and my brother told him that we would discuss it and make a decision and get back with them.
They never did.
I believe that was kind of where we left it.
Don't call us, we'll call you, right?
Okay, but during that time period, you were still under the impression that Jamie was alive?
Of course.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Any redirect? No. All right. Well, thank you, ma'am. Who's next?
Paul Chupa.
Paul Chupa, can we have him?
Paul, come on over.
Give me a minute.
Great.
He's wearing a company shirt as well. It's just like a boss move.
Paul Chupa, please come to the manager's desk. Paul Chupa, please come to the manager's desk. Judge wants you.
They're paging over the store. Paul's out there arranging the pineapples in the fruit section. He's like, I'll be right there.
All right, sir, this is the Judge Malone. I'm going to go ahead and put you under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
He's wearing the shirt, but it's a poor logo choice. You can
may
barely
proceed
see
as,
it.
Thank you.
Out of there.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name for us?
Paul M. Chupa.
Okay. And Mr. Chupa, you live in Ohio and you own Chupa's Marketplace, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you know Shelby Nealy?
I remember him working at Chupa's Marketplace years ago.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention back to the summer of 2016 when he started working for you. Do you remember exactly what it was that he did at Chupa's?
He was a cashier.
Okay. Do you recall during the period of time that he was working for you that there was frequently issues with his wife that would surface?
I do.
And I think in the past you said that it was constant drama between the two of them?
That's correct.
All right. Did you ever notice anything about Shelby physically when he came to work? Scratches, bruising, things of that nature?
To be honest with you, it's been so many years ago, I don't really recall too much about the situation. I'm just going by what I know about what my sister tells me. I remember at the time, but as years go on, I guess I have a lot of employees here, so I don't really keep up with the day-to-day of all the employees. The day-to-day drama with all the employees.
I don't know what.
Okay. And do you recall a time in 2018 when he came back to Ohio and he wanted to see if you all would rehire him?
I do remember that, yes.
Okay. And did you have some concerns about rehiring him regarding whether Jamie was going to keep showing up or calling or things of that nature?
I had concerns because of all the drama that he brought to the Chupa's Marketplace.
All right. And so as a result, you did not rehire him?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody else might have questions for you, so stay on.
Thank you.
All right. State, any questions?
I don't have any questions.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. Can you bring in the next person? Who's the next person?
It's Cheryl Corrupt.
Okay. Cheryl?
I'll have to go get her. Give me 1 second.
No problem.
We're interviewing the whole store. Some random shopper. Ma'am, you've shopped here a while. Do you guys remember this guy? We have one expert witness and the entire Shupa marketplace staff.
Oh.
Hang on, she's helping the customer.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Judge Balloon. I'm going to go ahead and put you under oath, okay? So please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. The lawyer's going to ask
What's
you
with the
some questions.
sequestration? Don't we have all the witnesses?
Thank you.
Sitting
Good
together?
afternoon. Would you please state your name for everyone?
Cheryl Rivera.
Okay. Would you spell it for us, please?
Pura.
Thank you.
CATRL.
Oh, we weren't done.
And where do you work, Ms. Purpura?
Jupiter's Marketplace.
Okay. And you have been employed there for quite some time?
14 years.
All right. So you were working you were working at Chupa's in the summer of 2016?
That's correct.
Do you know Shelby Nealy?
Yes.
And he used to work there at Chupa's also, right?
Yes. I was his manager.
Okay. And
She's
do
going
you
to have the
recall
details.
a day when you were working and you received a phone call from a woman about Shelby?
Yes.
Did that call concern you?
Yes.
And why?
She threatened to harm the children.
Were you concerned enough to notify your boss and then have the police called?
I believe, I'm not too sure if I called or Michelle Justice called, but
That's
we
our
were
next
concerned because of all the drama between him and his wife. And we were concerned for the children and the welfare of the children. For
All right.
somebody to check it out.
And Michelle Justice was another worker there at Chupa's?
Yes.
Okay.
Chupa's profitability today is
Were there
plummeting.
any other incidents that you recall of Jamie, his wife, calling the market?
Yes, she would be constantly calling, wanting to talk with him, or when he was not working, she was looking for him. At one incident, he didn't want to go home, so he decided to stay and work in produce after the store closed. And she came up with the baby in tow and wanted to speak with him outside.
Did you hear her ever yelling or being aggressive or that sort of thing?
Yes, they were in a argument outside, and I had to go outside and ask her to leave.
And did you ever see him with any injuries, bruising, scratches, anything like that when he showed up at work?
Yes.
And can you describe what you remember?
Scratches on his neck and bruising on his arms.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
We've got Rachel in the waiting room.
I don't have any questions. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. So is your next witness Rachel?
She's like, can I go back to work now? Got a whole case of macaroni and cheese I have to put on the shelf. Flying through these witnesses. Rachel's here.
All right. So defense, who's your next witness?
Rachel Rigby.
Okay. Mary, can you unmute yourself?
Oh, Rachel. I've seen her on Facebook. Hang on.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm Judge Balone. I'm going to go ahead and put you under oath. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself?
My name is Rachel Rigby.
Okay, and Rachel, where do you live?
I live in Ravenna, Ohio.
All right, will you spell your last name for us?
Rigby, R-I-G-B-Y.
All right, and do you work?
Yes.
Where do you work?
Alpine House of Ravenna. I'm an assistant living worker.
All right, and are you married?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
About a couple months now.
All right. And do you know Shelby Nealy?
Yes.
And approximately when did you meet Shelby?
About 2012, 2013.
All right, and you were about 14, 15 years old?
Yes.
All right, and where did you meet Shelby?
The cat's making
Hidden Valley Campground.
Did you say Hidden Valley Campground?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you come to meet him?
His family camped out there, and we just kind of met, became friends.
And was your family there? Were you there with your family?
Yes.
And is this something that would occur in the summertime?
Yes, every summer.
All right. Now, over how many summers did you hang out with Shelby?
2.
All right, and that was both times at the Hidden Valley Campground?
Yes.
Describe for us what kinds of things you guys would do there.
We would hang out with our friends, walk around, listen to music, and stuff like that together.
Did there come a time when you two dated each other?
Yes.
And was that something that just occurred at the campground?
Yes.
And was it anything sexual in nature?
No.
We
And
dated when camping?
Where the two of you actually lived, you lived in one city, he lived in another?
Yes.
About how far away from each other did you live?
About 40 minutes or so.
So did either of you ever go to each other's houses or anything, or was this just strictly something at the lake?
At the campground.
I'm at the campground, sorry.
We only dated while we were camping.
And the actual dating part of it lasted a couple months, few months?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was the breakup a mutual sort of breakup, bad breakup? How would you describe it?
It was mutual. It was a mutual breakup.
And did you remain friends?
Yes.
Now, at some point, you lost touch with him, right?
Yes.
All right. And then in 2000, well, let me ask you this. When you would hang out with Shelby and you would go on these walks or listen to music or what have you, would you two confide in each other?
Yes.
And did he ever speak to you about his biological father? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, some.
Okay. And tell us what he told you.
He told me that he killed himself after his birthday.
And what was Shelby's kind of demeanor like when he was talking to you about this?
He was very sad when he talked about it. I think that's why we didn't talk about it much, because it made him so sad.
He didn't know his dad.
Did you get the impression that Shelby was having a hard time in his life?
Yes.
And what made you think that?
Sometimes he would just be like randomly sad a lot, and he wouldn't want to talk about it much.
Did he also help you with things that you were either struggling with or anything like that?
All the time, yeah.
All right. Now, the last time you two communicated was back in May of 2018, is that right? Or the last time you two texted, I guess, would be May of 2018?
I think it was July. Is it okay if I look?
Sure.
Okay.
Trying to see if she has photos of their dating weeks.
Sorry. I just want to make sure I tell you the right date. July 27th, 2018.
Okay. So now, was this Facebook messages you two had back and forth?
Yes.
All right. And did he tell you anything about his wife, Jamie, in any of those text messages?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me that she killed herself.
You later found out that wasn't true?
Yes.
And how did that make you feel?
I was upset that he lied to me.
And despite that, do you still care about him?
Yes.
Did there come a time when Shelby wrote a poem about his biological father and gave it to you?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
Can you give us sort of the overall tone, describe the overall tone of this poem that he wrote?
He was very upset.
Did you get the impression from the poem that he felt some sense of betrayal?
Yes.
Did the poem indicate that he was upset that his dad left him?
Yes.
Did you keep the poem?
Yes.
Did you actually take a screenshot of the poem?
Yes, I did.
And why did you keep it?
Because I care about him. He's my friend.
Did you send me a screenshot of that poem?
Yes.
And it's handwritten?
Yes.
Did I then send you a typewritten, that poem typed out on the computer?
Yes.
Did you compare those two things?
Yes.
And is the typed up version an accurate copy of the written version?
Yes.
And you have both of those things, correct?
I do.
All right. Judge, at this time, I would admit defense 11 into evidence.
Any objection? Okay. All right, it's admitted.
Rachel, would you go ahead and read that poem for us, if you would?
Says, where the fuck are you, Dad? You're making me angry, you're making me sad. I just want you back so I can be happy, so I can be glad. I was your fucking little boy, I was your lad. But no, not anymore. You're gone from this world and you left me to fucking rot. Obviously you didn't care about me a lot, because now I'm on the path of pain, the path I alone must fucking trot. And this is all because of you, Father. Are you proud I ended it this way? What the fuck were you thinking? What the fuck am I supposed to say? And why the fuck did you do it a day after my motherfucking birthday? Father, it's your love I crave. You said you were strong, you said you were brave, but motherfucker, I was the one kneeling before your grave. You said you were brave, you said you were strong, but god damn it, you were fucking wrong. Father, I could have helped you along, I could have fucking tried, but instead you pulled the trigger and fucking died. Then everyone asked if I was okay, and then the rest is illegible.
I did not detect iambic pentameter.
Any cross-examination?
I guess loosely, there was a lot of glad, sad, bad, dad type rhyming.
Do you know when the defendant gave you that poem?
Probably the first summer I was out there, yes.
So what would that have been, 2013?
2012.
2012.
I'm not putting that to music. You guys know I'm not.
And on April 10th of 2018, kind of out of the blue, the defendant just sent you a message on Facebook that his wife had committed suicide?
I don't think it was out of the blue. I don't quite remember what we're talking about, but I do have all the messages.
Okay, do you have access to them?
Yes.
Are you able to scroll back? Because
yes.
That would have been the only way you were communicating at that point, right? Facebook Messenger?
Yes. Would you like me to pull it up?
Yeah, if you don't mind. I'm trying to get it wrong. I believe the last message before that was in March 15th.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
March 15th, 2018. I'm looking at her Facebook pictures. She's posted at the same time. So just a little cyber stalking going on.
So I took screenshots of it. I can't find what we were talking about right before. Oh, here it is. It was the day before when we were talking, and he did tell me that his wife committed suicide the next day when we picked up our conversation again.
Okay, but kind of first message of the day, so to speak?
Yeah.
You didn't ask him, hey, how's your wife, or what's going on with her, right?
No.
He just started with that.
Yeah.
I don't have any more questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, sir. Thank you,
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Any further witnesses for the deck?
No.
All right. All right, members of the jury. My motion calendar is a little bit bigger tomorrow. We'll have you come in at 9:15.
9:15.
I'll try to buy some donuts on the way in for you. That's probably about the least I can do for you. So I will see you at 9:15. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts on the schedule for the jury members tomorrow. No, sir, you do not get any. I have to admit, I am less excited about getting Greener's autographed copy of Mr. Nealy's book now that I've heard the poem. But we only have 540 likes, so he's not going to send me the book anyway, so we're good.
All right,
It's out of here to court.
are we on schedule?
I think so from what we read, well, I don't know if the live will finish tomorrow.
For the rearranged schedule, we're on schedule.
Yes.
All right, so when do you think we're going to finish with your case? Thursday morning?
Thursday before noon.
Thursday before noon's finish.
Okay. Hey, do you guys know if you're going to have any rebuttal?
Probably we might have like them.
All right. I mean, you're probably doing this already, but get your defense, get your list of mitigators together. So you have a nice
get your ducks in a row.
list before we figure out jury instructions, right?
Yes, we have a running list.
Okay, great. All right, anything else we need to talk about before we adjourn?
The only thing I'd bring up, I have unredacted copies of the 2 confession videos. I'd like to admit as a court exhibit in the event that there's ever a cross appeal or anything that is necessary.
Okay. All right, so I think we're up to court exhibit 3, right? Okay, so do you want 3 and 4, or do you want 3A and 3B?
Do A and B.
Okay.
I'll make it easy.
Right. So
We're good at 3.
So A is the first one, and B is the second.
The list will put a sailor to shame. Some of the stuff on there includes
Anything else?
third grade math assignments.
All right. Very good. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. We're out of here, says the judge. Have a good one. All right, with that, we're going to wrap things up as well because it is 4:59. It's the end of the day. Just to recap what happened today, the defense has begun their case in chief. We had the opening statement from the defense, which was interesting. Most interesting part for me was when the defense attorney started naming the names of the jurors, saying, your thought process might be different than yours. She only got too deep before the state was able to object and put a stop to that. But just a wild moment for sure there. And then we've had one professional expert witness who told us all about the woes of Mr. Nealy's life. And then the state got up and said, wait, you read parts of this, but you didn't get all the story, did you? And they told the rest of the story and filled in the gaps and really left the testimony in shambles after that. Since then, we've had a couple of friends, coworkers, testify about Mr. Nealy, mostly about whether his wife was abusive or there was some sort of relationship issues going on there. I was expecting to hear something about how Mr. Nealy had volunteered to donate a kidney or something to a stranger in need or something of that effect. Not so. That didn't happen. So anyway, we learned a lot about Chupa's marketplace, which is great. Apparently the store is still up and running. Even without Mr. Nealy, who applied to work there again, but they turned him down the second time. And they must be a good company because they've kept the same employee for 14 years. Way to go, Rachel. You're doing a great job. Anyway, play the music already. You guys are like, just play the music so we can go home. I'm so done. All right. I just wanted to give you a little recap. Tomorrow, 9:15, is that what they said? 9:15 start with donuts. I can't promise donuts, but I'll be here for that. Also tomorrow, Brian Kohberger, the sentencing hearing begins tomorrow. That's going to be 11 o'clock Eastern time. That means we're going to start this one, put it on a pause, jump over to Brian Kohberger, follow the entirety of that, and then we'll play catch up on this one. Even if you have to work late tomorrow night to catch up with this trial, we're going to do that, or possibly push into jury deliberations a little bit if we're a little bit behind, because they expect to end this case in chief on Thursday before noon. So, sounds good. Thank you, everybody. You're absolutely amazing. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe. We go live again tomorrow, bright and early, about 9 o'clock. I get to sleep in. Thank you, one and all. I'm going to go cancel my rental car now. Thank you for the super chat train. You guys are so generous. All right, be good to each other, and that's all. Thank y'all. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Thank you, Red Pen.